trying to fire it up, my video stopped recording, and I really don't know why that happened, but okay. And yeah, we're gonna go back to the Blitz on Dresden as I drink, like you know who I'm drinking like? It's like that fucking alcoholic actor. It's you know, Iron Man. Robert Downey Jr. I'm drinking like Robert Downey Jr. and I don't care. The difference is, Robert Downey Jr. felt shame about how fucking selfish he was. I don't fucking feel shame for it.
Was also a rich collection of...
Don't back the murderers. They killed Dresden. Don't back the governments. They're murderers. They've been killing people for so long.
Scientific instruments and clocks, some dating back as far as the 13th century. There were beautiful art collections and also one of the world's most comprehensive zoological museums. The front of the gateway is topped by the royal crown of Poland, along with the emblems of the Saxon-Polish dynasty of Augustus the Strong, who commissioned the building of the Swinger.
Augustus the Strong.
A celebration of his power at that time.
I'm Skycatlive the Strong. I'm better than Augustus the Strong, because I'm alive and my name is Skycatlive the Strong. Right? I'm fucking strong. You know what I'm saying? I declare that I'm like Corporal Lance Armstrong or whatever. Like, I'm fucking strong. I'm strong. I declare that I'm Skycatlive the Strong.
Time. The Theaterplatz was one of the Swinger as a celebration of his power at that strong, who commissioned them, along with the emblems of the Saxon-Polish dynasty of Augustus the Strong.
Augustus the Strong, bitch. I'm Skycatlive the Strong. If you ever say differently, I'll kill you.
Who commissioned the building of the Swinger as a celebration of his power at that time. The Theaterplatz was one of Germany's finest squares, at the center of which stood the statue of King
Oh
John.
my god.
There has never been any...
This vodka drink is so good. It's like I drank pussy. It's like I drank pussy. It's insane. It's so good. Oh my god, it's like this puree of ice and pig lemonade and creamer and vodka. And oh my god, it tastes so fucking good.
Although there has been some mystification about why the British Royal Air Force bombed and almost totally crushed this beautiful city of Dresden.
Why did the British Air Force bomb and completely destroy this beautiful city? Why did they do that? Oh, it's because the Republicans and the Democrats have had a war for as long as we've known them, and they kill each other all the time, and that war destroys everything that we value.
At the end
Like Dresden.
of World War II.
Yeah, and why they did this, we don't know. If you're looking for motive, we don't know. We don't know why the Queen decided to completely kill Dresden. And so that's why we howl the words murderer at her as she tries to celebrate the death of 600,000 people. I'm with them yelling murderer at her. I think she is a murderer.
By the February of 19...
This is why World War scares me so much. It's not the things that we know. It's the things that we claim we didn't know.
1945, however, there had been a number of bombings...
Like Dresden. We claim we didn't know that it was going to be that bad or whatever. And so war scares... The thing about war that scares me the most is the atrocities that we'll blame on our ignorance. Did I say it correctly? What scares me about war most is the atrocities that we'll blame on our ignorance. I think I said it correctly.
Raids against...
Like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That time when your government did something without your permission.
oil targets in eastern Germany.
Killed 1 million people and turned America into the worst killer on the western seaboard. The worst killer in the world. Our Republican and Democratic leadership led us to drop bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. This ruined our reputation for something like 10,000, 20,000 years. To the point where they'll have to forget it even happened, World War II. They'll have to forget it even happened, which will take 5, 10, 15, 20,000 years, something like that. It'll take 20,000 years for us to forget about World War II. Japan's not going to ever forget. They were the victim. And why you did this without our permission, why you constrained America to be the worst murderer in fucking history, makes me want to kill you so much. I wish that the Democratic and Republican parties actually had a fucking face, because I would go and try and kill that face, but they don't. It's just 350 million people or something like that. It's insane. They don't have a face. Or I would go and try and punch that person in the face, you know? But no, these people that brag about their fucking murder, they don't really have a face. They'll just say Democrat.
And these
Republican.
have been made without
Democrat, Republican. That's the only face they've ever admitted to having. It's insane. Democrat or Republican.
unsustainable losses.
I hate them so much that they, to me, consider all... To me, they're all of mankind's worst foibles, like butt sex and the coronavirus and drinking too much and problems and murder and rape and all these terrible things. That's what I think of when I think of the Republican and Democrat Party. I think of murder, rape, butt sex, COVID, World War, all of that stuff that opens when you open Pandora's box, all the problems. What the fuck's going on? I don't know.
Nearly 1,000 Allied bombers had flown deep into the heartland of Germany.
Dear God, why?
And raided railway and all.
They were like, the German... Why did we do this? It was like, we needed to teach the German population that they can't just do this to us. So we went and fucking fucked their public. And I kind of want to kill the people who decided to do this. Kind of like I want to kill the people who decided to drop the nuclear bomb without my permission. I kind of want to kill my own government. Is that weird?
Oil installations. The aim was to
They're all we've got.
cut the supply of oil to
They're all we've got. If they didn't try, we would have nothing. I have some sympathy to how much of a problem they were facing, that they felt they needed to make some kind of death blow. But I don't like death blows. Death blows are for fucking losers who die. And that's what Nagasaki and Hiroshima was. It was a fucking death blow. Death blows fucking suck. They're the purview of losers. Nobody needs to make a fucking death blow except piece of shit born losers like America who dropped the atomic bomb. And I talk that shit about my own country. But I really do loathe with all my core and fiber and being what we did in World War II. I kind of do. I'm the son. I'm the son of the baby boomers. I grew up and I fucking saw the ravages of what my fucking parents did. And it makes me fucking sick.
to Germany's retreating forces and to destroy any.
If it doesn't make you sick, you're weird. This makes me sick.
remaining links.
Why did we do this? We bombed civilians and killed 600,000 people, burned them alive. We did this.
Of communication.
We did this. The Allies. You wonder why they fought us. Yeah, this is it. This is stuff like this. This is why they fought us. Stuff like this. I fucking hate the Democrat and Republican Party that led us to Dresden. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? No. I'm not wrong. I'm almost never wrong. It's fucking stupid. I can be illogical and fucking dumb and say some crazy things. But am I wrong? I hate the people that did this. I hate the people that did this. I hate my forefathers. I hate them. I hate them with all the passion of a victim. I hate my forefathers with all of the passion of a victim, and it's fucking terrible. I fucking hate them. I don't really want to talk to them. When you understand how bad Dresden was, you begin to understand the sins of your father.
They created an outstanding amount of damage, and in doing so inevitably killed many thousands of the civilian population.
This is what the Allies did. This is the worst, well, not the worst thing. The worst thing would be the atomic bomb. But this is the second worst thing that the Allies did. It makes me cry for the future of our children. And I mean that I had to like actually physically try to stoically stop crying right here. I'm really trying not to cry. You know? Yeah, I cry all the time. You know how easy it is for me, but it's really hard for me not to cry. I do it though. I don't cry over this. I just hate the Republican and the Democratic Party.
Furthermore,
you think I sign up with one of them because I vote for one of them? No, I vote for one of them because one of them is a little less homicidal.
Begun in mid-January of the same year.
The Democrats are a little bit less homicidal than the Republicans, but they're both worthless piece of shit scary people that I wouldn't recommend to somebody in an RPG. You come to the new town, and you're the RPG guy, you're Skyrim, you're the Dragonborn, and you come to the new town, and you go to the inn, and at the inn, you hear a bunch of terrible shit that your forefathers did.
Had created a new military situation.
And you're like, I'm not the Dragonborn anymore. I'm actually Satan. And they laugh and they say yes.
As the Russians advanced through Silesia, it became apparent that air attack...
And I look away because I want to puke in the fucking sink. You want to know why this shit happened? It's because people like me did not have a fucking voice.
East German cities which confronted them might be...
smart people who understand what the bombing of Dresden means.
Powerful assistance, the Soviet drive. The Russian army, along with their tactical air forces, were already advancing towards Berlin. But there was a fear that Germany could bring up a rearguard action from the east, from such cities as Dresden and Leipzig and Chemnitz.
So we bombed the civilians. The civilians pay for the sins of their politicians. Am I wrong? I said it correctly. All the time on this stream, I feel like I have nobody watching but the devil. That's it. Nothing but the devil. somebody who signed up with these people, something like that. And so all the time I see it, I'm like, oh, there's between 2 and 20 viewership in this stream all the time. And I feel like I'm fucking orating the fucking death of humanity or something for the fucking devil. All the time. The devil shows up and grins at me every time that this shit happens. I can't stand this shit. I can't stand watching it. I can't stand that America fucking backed it. I can't fucking stand this stupid shit. You're dropping bombs on civilians, you worthless pieces of shit. I talk about war on my channel all the time, and I tell the people exactly what they should assume, which is bombs on your fucking mother's houses. There it is. If you don't really believe, if you think that I'm crazy, I'm just fucking some crazy streamer, this is the actual fucking truth. You can see it in front of you as your mother's house just blew up in a fucking 32 block radius. That's what actually happens. I can't stand the people that seem to think that this should be law. I can't stand them. It's both parties. It's Republicans and Democrats. They back this all the time. They back this kind of murder. It's fucking disgusting. They go and brag about it to their queen, and I go and yell at them. All the time I see other humans with actual heart and actual soul, an actual body, an actual mind, an actual fucking spirit completely suss this out for the evil that it is and combat it on the front lines. And I think about those people and I'm like, thank God for you. I would never lay down my life to prove how fucking stupid these worthless pieces of shit actually are. The Republican and the Democratic Party, they're so fucking worthless. This is what happens. You don't believe me? Wait a little while. This is what happens when they go to war. I hate them so much. I hate them worse than the people who rape the women that I love. You know, it's insane. I hate them. I hate them so much. I consider them the byproduct that caused that kind of damage. It's insane. I do. I hate them so much that war and carnage, that's what led to the problems that led to the women that I love being raped. It's fucking insane. It's like, I lead this back to being the fucking, the cause of all of our problems. These fucking morons marching forth being like we stand for something. You don't stand for anything but death, piece of shit. Dresden didn't stand for anything but death. What did this mean to anybody? It was just a bunch of death. It was like the warning that we make when we say we're gonna kill you. That's what Dresden was. It was fucking disgusting. It's the worst behavior of the most noble people. It's disgusting. I hate speaking of it biblically like that, but it is the most fucking disgusting behavior from the most noble people. It's the most disgusting behavior, most disgusting, foul, murderous nature of the most noble people. You can see it right in front of you as they burn people alive for a solid year.
It was decided that a severe blitz on these cities would not only cause
It was decided that you're a piece of shit and I fucking hate the Republican and the Democratic Party. I'm sorry, I need something better than you guys. I've decided that you're a piece of shit and I won't vote for you.
Of confusion for German forces, but would also...
This was a confusion for everybody. Everybody was like, why did you rape Dresden? I don't really know how else to say it. That's what they said to Americans and fucking Brits. They were like, why did you rape Dresden?
to block any movement of troops.
I don't know what else to call this.
Furthermore, if attacks were launched on those
No wonder they fought us. No wonder.
cities, the disorganization and havoc which would be created
I would fight us too. We looked like worse than Hitler. We looked worse than Hitler with this.
would be much greater.
I don't think Hitler did something. Well, Hitler did something that's nasty, which is, gas the Jews. But like, but like we did this in the open. We just full blown raped an entire fucking city, just to let them know that if you stand with the Nazis, you fucking burn. It's disgusting.
Because their population had been swollen.
No wonder they fought us. I think for a long time, I wonder sometimes if Hitler believed in what he was doing even. But then we do something like this, and he's like, yes, I do believe in it.
By the many thousands.
Like Hitler himself probably believed that he needed to train his people to be better than what we did in Dresden. It's fucked up, but I think that's the reality. It's fucked up.
Of refugees. A great many of these had moved to Dresden from other...
Over what we did in Dresden. And it was like this fucking secret. For a long time, it was a secret how bad the Allies were. And I'm not pointing this out to point their foibles out and be anti-patriotic towards America or anybody who stood with us in the Allied powers. Just to understand that your forefathers were rapists and murderers. I mean, that's all. I think that's what Hassan Anabi would say. It's what I would say too. Understand that your fucking forefathers were rapists and murderers, and you stand with them. Your forefathers were rapists and murderers, and we stand with them. We do it all the time. We stand with them, both symbolically as well as just full-blown, realistically, we stand with them. Rapists and murderers. It's weird that we did this. It's weird that we went and did this. We didn't need to go do this. We did this. We did this. We went over there and we raped their girlfriend or whatever. It's fucking fucked up, but that's how I view it. We went over there, we raped their fucking girlfriend, and then we stand as this bastion of fucking power and a lesson in World War II and all this, the Allied powers and shit. But we went over there and raped their girlfriend. I don't really know how else to say it. That's about as foul as what we did in Dresden. We went over there, we raped their girlfriend. It was insane. We're supposed to be heroes. We're not heroes.
The German cities, which had already been bombed. But a great many more had fled there to escape being...
So where did they go when they were terrified? They go to Washington, D.C. and New York City. So then we bombed Dresden. We figured out where they went, all of their refugees, and we bombed it.
In the path of the Russian advance.
It was so foul what we did that I don't really blame them for fighting us. We weren't much better than Hitler.
Many of Germany...
I want to puke in the sink when I say it. We weren't much better than Hitler. It's fucking fucked up, but we weren't much better than him. We weren't much better than him. We weren't.
Had already
we did the same shit to them. We just called it a cost of war. They called it the Holocaust. We called it cost of war. But we killed the same 6 million people for no reason. And by we, I mean America. I had a lot of trouble identifying with my grandfather, who was Purple Heart. He got Purple Heart in Korea. I was like, why are we in Korea? It sucks, but I love that he got the Purple Heart in Korea. It defines my family. It makes something very strong, where there's a weak backbone, where I just want to back my friends. You know, I'm weak and I just want to back my friends and be friends with my friends. I'm just this American who wants to be friends with everybody. It fucking sucks, but that's actually what my state of being is. I'm this American who wants to be friends with fucking everybody. But my grandfather committed Dresden.
Blitz or bombing raid.
And I say it like a fucking, you know, like a court case, like accomplice or collaborator or, complicit. He was complicit in murder. His government was complicit in murder. I can't fucking stand these people. I can't stand my own government. I hate them so much, I would kill them if I could.
Cologne.
You choke on the rage of it. You're like, oh my God, I would kill my own government if given the chance. I would absolutely. If somebody was like, here's a button. Button A, your government lives. Button B, your government dies. Which would you press? I'd be like, government dies, government dies, government dies! I don't know what it's doing. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, I do. I know what it's doing. Annoying. I'm sorry.
These had moved to Dresden from other German cities, which had already been bombed.
Government dies. Government causes this.
But a great many more had fled there to escape being in the path of the Russian advance.
So that's why that's why the Allies bombed it, is they knew that's where all of the German refugees were. I know that you as a government and you as a white piece of shit cocksucker Republican Democrat really don't want to face the demons of your fucking past, but I'm gonna fucking hit you with it. When you figured out where the fucking refugees of the fucking World War II Germanic crisis was, you bombed it and burned it. The worst you've ever done anything. You figured out where their civilians were, and you fucking burned it. Even the video won't be as honest as I am. Nobody will be as honest as I am. I hope this is my legacy, I guess. Like, no one is as honest as I am. I look at the fucking sins of my father, and I'm like, or my grandfather, and I'm like, oh my God, you fucking guys burned Dresden. You fucking worthless pieces of shit. What the fuck were you worth? You were worth 600,000 kills. That's what you were worth. You were worth the murder that you committed. You were worth the 600,000 lives that you snuffed out in Dresden. This is my grandfather. You understand? This is what my grandfather did to his enemy. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. My father committed, my father had nothing to do with the Vietnam War, but his generation did. His generation fucking burned us in Vietnam. My grandfather burned us in Dresden. And I really hate my family. I really hate them. Anybody with a fucking brain would fucking hate them. I hate them for renouncing their own name. I hate them for being idiots. I hate them for their generation for backing this kind of murder. I fucking hate my fucking forefathers. The worst thing that anybody's ever asked me to do was write a college paper about my family. Because it reads like Mein Kampf. It does. It reads like Mein Kampf. I want to exterminate my own family for their own murderous fucking desire. I want to exterminate my own family for their own fucking murderous desire. I want to exterminate my fellow American for their own fucking murderous desire in war. That was the worst thing that ever happened to me. My college professor in my English 102 class was like, write a paper about identity and your family. And I was like, I won't do that because it'll fucking spark a world war. I still feel like that. I still feel like my identity crisis might spark a fucking world war. What my fucking forefathers did. You guys want to label us with it. Fuck what my forefathers did. You understand? Fuck what my forefathers did.
Many of Germany's cities had already experienced a city bombing raid. Cologne, a city that once had a population of 800,000 civilians, had been reduced by the Royal Air Force to a city of rubble which now only housed 40,000.
So we really love the RAF. We track everything the RAF does, like the extermination of 5 million people.
A population which had suffered carnage on an unprecedented scale.
Over 7 engagements. 7 engagements cost 5 million people. Those fucking RAF guys, they just drop bombs on anybody who crossed them. That's kind of what war is. Bombs on your mother's house. I make this allegation all the time. War is worthless. All it really is just bombs on your mother's house. That's it. That's all war is. That's all it's ever been to them. That's what Dresden is. That's what our government is. That's what the Republicans and the Democrats are. It's bombs on your motherfucking house.
Cologne had been the first city to experience the might of Bomber Harris's new directive to his Air Force. The massive bombing power of no less than 1,000 aircraft hitting the same target in less than 90 minutes.
Bombs over Baghdad.
It was also the first air raid.
They'll brag about it right to their queen. They'll be like, Queen, I brought you a kill.
Britain that did not target the industrial areas, but instead targeted the very...
And she's like, well, I can't really back the death of 600,000 people. And they're like, Queen, I did this for you. What do you mean? And she's like, no, I love you. I love you. And, you know, I don't blame her. That's what I would do too. That's what I would do too. If I was the queen and they brought me this kill, I'd be like, that's what you did over there? And they're like, yeah, that's what we did over there. And she's like, okay, well, I can't condone this much murder, but I still love you. And they're like, God bless our sacred queen. Da, 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 da. And they just sing their fucking, like, patriotic fucking murder tunes.
Heart of the city. And in Cologne's case...
And this wasn't just Britain, it was America too. It was the Allied powers. We all decided that this would happen. We were like, let the sins of the Hitler father be upon the children who never did anything. And then we burned Dresden. And I really hate my grandfather. I love my grandfather. He's Purple Heart. I fucking die for his legacy, you understand? But I really hate my grandfather, kind of. I kind of do. I hate my grandfather for going over there and doing that. I do. I do. I don't really feel that we were really that engaged. If you even look at Pearl Harbor, I don't think we were that engaged in that war, and we didn't need to be there. And we went over there and we committed so much murder. We went over there and committed so much murder, and I kind of fucking hate my grandfather over that. I'm like, you killed so many people in Korea, though. You killed so many people in Korea. Why? What did Korea have to do with America? At all? What does Korea have to do with America? I mean, it's the same question. Your grandfather, your father, your son, will ask, what the fuck did Korea have to do with America? You worthless pieces of shit. You're murderers and I hate you. My own forefathers, I fucking hate you. Wow. I hate you worse than them. I hate you worse than the Nazis. You're worse than them because the Nazis, like, they believed in what they did, so they murdered the Jews. Like, you're worse than them. You just went over there and killed a bunch of people for what reason? You can understand the Nazi. They hate Jews. You understand why they did what they did. I don't understand my forefathers. Why did they kill so many people in Dresden? Why did they do this? Why did they kill so many civilians? It's fucking stupid. Why did they do this? I can't really stand my own I can't stand my own family.
Was the residential area.
I can't stand my own family. These people stand proudly, they stand proudly on their murder. They stand proudly on it. They erect some fucking boner to the sky in Washington, D.C., and they stand proudly on that murder. And I'm like, I can't do that. I don't have... I'm an American. I actually am a valuable person who has sensibilities and cares about our fucking friends and cares about the people around us and all this stuff. I'm an American with sensibilities and stuff. I look at my forefather and I'm like, fuck you. You guys committed us to atomic war. You committed us to genocides. You bombed Dresden. You're such a fucking asshole. I can't fucking stand my forefathers. I actually cannot stand them. I think of them as the bad guy in Captain Planet. You remember Captain Planet? It was like, the oligarchs are causing all this pollution that's murdering the planet. So Captain Planet, he's a hero, gonna take pollution down to zero. It's like that kind of. It's like that like baseline fight against the evil ravages of the worthless piece of shit humans that are around you and what they'll do to anything because they don't care. And you're like, what? Like I inherited this fucking battle from my forefathers. I hate my fucking forefathers. I hate them. I hate what they did in World War II.
Housing for civilians.
I hate what they became. I hate what they stomached. I hate what they were complicit to.
Population.
They sold computers to the people who used them to collate the fucking Holocaust. My forefathers sold computers to the men who collated the fucking Holocaust. It's called IBM and the Holocaust. You think IBM is such a beautiful fucking company. No, I hate my fucking forefathers. I hate them. I hate them. I full-blown hate them. They represent everything that I think is a lack of control. IBM and the Holocaust, the strategic alliance between Nazi Germany and America's most powerful corporation to bring about the fucking Holocaust, And this connection, nobody wants this connection to be made. But I think about it all the time. I'm like, no, I hate my forefathers. They committed the Holocaust. They're complicit, accomplice, collaborator in the worst crime in history. My forefathers are complicit and accomplice and collaborator to the worst crime in history. I can't fucking stand it. I can't vote for Trump. I can't vote for fucking Joe. I can't vote for anybody. I'm not represented. If you say that these people are who rules me, I will fucking fight you. I'll fight you. The Democrats and the Republicans do not rule me. They do not rule me. They do not rule what I think. They do not rule what I know. They caused a lot of the problems that we faced. But like I am not a Democrat or a fucking Republican, not at all.
And you're going there.
Like, look how long that took me. It was like 2 hours. I went on a fucking trip for 2 hours. I went on a trip for 2 hours because my identity is pretty much the future of America. It sucks, but it's true. My identity is the future of America. Will I back my forefathers who fucking threatened to kick every last Mexican out and build some fucking wall? No, I won't. I will not back the ignorance of the pieces of shit in power. I will not do it. I will not fucking back that fucking bigotry. I will not do it.
Really, like, it was shocking because nobody cares about us.
No.
That's
what woke is. You keep thinking that Skycat can't possibly have the actual definition to woke, but it is. Woke is understanding that systemic problems have become law. Systemic problems have become law.
Blue community in a deep blue city, in a deep blue state. There is no electoral.
And she's a Republican compared to me. So is he. They're Republicans compared to me. They still believe that Republicans deserve some say in it. I don't. I want to wipe them out entirely.
Incentive to care about.
I'm the person that all the Republican Party fears the most. I'm the only person they don't listen to.
Us.
I'm the only person in the world that presents a fucking threat to the Republican Party. Everybody else fucking loves them. Even these guys fucking love the Republican Party. They do. And, like, I don't love the Republican Party. I would fucking wipe them out for the disease that they've caused. For the death that they caused in Dresden. For the death that they caused with the atomic bombs. I would wipe out the Republican fucking Party entirely. I don't want to know about the world according to Garp. I want to fucking kill Garp.
And you went there.
Yeah, I went there. I kind of went there. I did all of this in college. I like, they asked me to write a paper about identity because they wanted the greatest paper ever written. I won't talk to them about this problem. I refuse to do it. You guys have stabbed me in the back and my forefathers' backs for so fucking long. I'm John Q. Public. I am the civilians in Dresden. And I don't have a fucking statement about how fucking rapacious you were. I don't have a fucking statement about it.
And we're a borough that doesn't have the highest vote turnout either.
And when I say you were, I mean American military.
Because of the cynicism, because of this internalized apathy. And I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit. I've done this for so long. It's good to see somebody else with the same vision, you know? I'm sorry, it constantly takes me off of target. I really don't know why. It just does. I'm sorry, I have to restore all the windows to where they were. I have to restore the video that I killed by mistake. And I have to restore the fucking...
What had once been Germany's fourth largest city was now no more than a sea of rubble.
And I have to restore this, but I want to come...
We're doing it. We're making ourselves matter. We're making ourselves matter. And and that was such a fantastic day in St.
Yeah, like so you find meaning in your life that one day. I've been at this all of my goddamn life. I would wipe out the Republican Party. I full-blown believe in this so crazy that I believe that every war that is caused is by the Republican Party. I'm about as core as it comes. And it's insane to have the biases that I have, but I've never been wrong. Everything that I say from World War II about the Republicans, from World War II on to Vietnam, and the war in Afghanistan, 20-year forever war. You understand? All of these things. I really hate you. I really hate the American leadership. I kind of want to kill them. It's fucked up. I kind of want to kill my forefathers for what they did to immigrants. You think that I'm fighting you over the border and immigrancy and all this, but no. I'm fighting my forefather over what they did to immigrants 100 years ago.
St. Mary's Park. And I was one of the volunteers there. We helped advance and set up the event. And then I got to be part of the crowd. And it really meant something to me. And after that race, I dove back into organizing. I got involved with Black Lives Matter. I went to Standing Rock in order to fight the Keystone XL pipeline. And it was after those experiences that...
You guys forget about Standing Rock. I wasn't there for Standing Rock because I was a heroin junkie. But in the background the entire time while I was a heroin junkie, I was aware that Standing Rock was going on and that I should have been there. It's fucking fucked up. But I was a heroin junkie during Standing Rock. Beginning in sorry, YouTube is incompetent. Beginning in April 2016, members of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe and representatives from hundreds of tribal nations gathered to resist the completion of the Dakota Access Pipeline, which would pass less than a mile from the Standing Rock Reservation. This is where it hits home. They're like, oh no, they're gonna build the pipeline right past my house, and that's where you immediately make a stand. I was high and I was fucked up and I was just destroyed by the death of Denver, and I just completely given up my own life and become a junkie and just totally lost. I was totally lost during this. You begin to understand that battles might have happened while you were high. Members of Penn's Native American and Indigenous Studies community reflect on the significance of this movement known as No Dapple.
I think that...
Defend the sacred. I hate my forefathers. I hate white people. I hate them. It's so hard to deal with all the time. I hate that my mother stands on the money that her people stole. It drives me crazy. It does it all the time. I'm like, okay, I was not given my say, or I never would have ever fucking backed this. I never would have backed this.
That we're seeing so many Native communities coming together at Standing Rock because it's something that they all relate to.
Yeah.
Together at Standing Rock because it's something that they all relate to, and they all share the same struggle, and to show support for each other is not only showing support for the community at Standing Rock, but support for every single issue that is happening around Indian country.
much of American history has been written to position
Oh, I love you.
Native people as something in the past.
When she speaks, I want to take a bow and bow before her.
Or as populations that are marginal and therefore not central to not only American history, but to American futures. So I'm really shattered by the way the military...
Yep. Oh my God. I would have really liked to have her as a professor. I would have. Would that I was dealt the same cards as everybody else in humanity was dealt.
and the paramilitary forces have been called in to treat Native people and their supporters as not just enemies, but almost as inhuman enemies.
When I went to school, I hate to say this, guys, but I'm going to say it. It's unfortunate. When I went to school,
So the use of water...
I feel like I was the smartest person in the entire room from start to finish. There was never a professor, even my English teacher, who was my best teacher. She was still not on my intellectual level.
is a weapon.
She wasn't listening to the same music. She wasn't friends with the same friends. She wasn't in the same scene. She wasn't really, she just didn't understand. She wasn't there the same as me. I come out of a punk rock scene where we screamed about everything like this really badly. And so when I came and I met her, I was like, oh no. And this is true. One of the reasons that I left school, and this is a really big reason, is most of the professors weren't as smart as me. I came to school looking for guidance from people who might be more privileged and more able to sit there and spend the time to do the thought. Those people were not as smart as me. It was very easy for me to bomb out of school because I was like, I will not take guidance from people who are stupider than me.
Firing of bullets. Who cares that they're rubber? They're bullets.
And that's how I feel about government, is I will not take guidance from people who are stupider than me.
The damage, the physical and psychological damage that's being done, I think in some ways is a reawakening of that old genocidal impulse. And I don't know how we stop it, but I know that one way we can begin to stop it is this broad-reaching coalition across Indian country.
Goddamn right. Testify, sister. I love you. All nations. No, all tribes, no chiefs. All tribes, no chiefs. All tribes, no chiefs. It's a simple solution to a lot of problems. All tribes, but no chiefs.
I work with the Tuscarora, which are out by the Niagara.
All tribes, but no chiefs. You know what I'm saying? Nobody telling anybody what to do. Just try to live.
Falls, and it's a...
I believe that's my life statement is all tribes, no chiefs. It's weird. I had a friend who was, when I was younger, he had an obsession with the band Tool, and fucking Maynard for some reason, he put a t-shirt out, the Tool t-shirt. All tribes, no chiefs. Yeah, that was like an undertow t-shirt. The holy grail of Tool shirts is all Indians, no chiefs. All Indians, no chiefs. I'm sorry, all Indians, no chiefs. Yeah, the holy grail of Tool shirts is all Indians, no chiefs. I'm gonna say it to my best friends because they think that I don't exist anymore. I fucking exist.
very long way from there to Standing Rock. But 4 of the young people in the community piled into a van and drove out to Standing Rock just to be there, to be at that place at that time. And so there's a story where the younger generation has erected a leadership lodge. And the last time they did that was at the Battle of Greasy Grass, or sometimes known
Oh, wow. Last time they did that was the Battle of Greasy Grass.
as Little Bighorn.
Little Bighorn was the last time they did this?
So this has been a contested place for a very long time.
Yeah,
But I
like
think what
they're
we're seeing-
genocidal. Like the white people's genocidal fucking push. It's obvious to some, but it's really fucking. It's like a mystery to most of the white people that we're genocidal, but we've been genocidally pushing against a bunch of races for a long time. And when we wake up to it, that's what woke is understanding that your government doesn't love you, that your government has hurt other people.
Standing Rock is we're beginning to realize that traditional indigenous knowledge, or what's sometimes called traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, is incredibly valuable at this moment. In a moment when I think, many people
Traditional ecological knowledge is extremely powerful in this moment.
this moment. In a moment when I think is we're beginning to realize that traditional indigenous knowledge, or what's sometimes called traditional this moment. In a moment when I think, many people feel that the Environmental Protection Agency could be undone, and there's kind of another kind of tragic narrative unfolding. What the people at Standing Rock have taught us is that it's a time for Native and non-Native people to come together, but not to assimilate Native people, but to honor them for their knowledge.
The story needs a different script when you think about something like No Dapple. And so I think the term protectors is an attempt to change the script. I think the coalition of Native people from all across the continent and across the world, that is changing the script. And then the script also in modern America often requires Indians to be pitted against one another. So Indian wars in the American imagination are not just Indians against cowboys or Indians against the cavalry, but it's also Indian against Indian. And when you take that script away, things change. So I think a lot of this is about re-scripting the narrative of Indian country right now and into the future.
That I had kind of felt, for me, I think with Black Lives Matter, I went to Standing Rock, in order to fight the Keystone XL pipeline. And it was after those experiences that I had kind of felt, for me, I think that my family, my background, the way that I'm raised, and also what has informed my politics, even intellectually, is very much the spiritual undercurrent of a left politics, especially in America, liberation theology, the civil rights movement.
Was your family Catholic?
My family.
I love it. I love it. He's so there with her.
Father's Catholic. I was raised Catholic, and my
yeah, like we were raised Catholic.
My mother's side of the family.
I was raised Catholic. In
Puerto Rico is more Pentecostal.
Yeah.
And so
we were atheist Catholics.
I had felt at that point that I felt ready to just devote myself.
Yeah, I want to devote myself to the greater good.
In a much fuller sense.
Greater good is how I think of it.
In my,
Bagon asked me, I don't know if I believe in the greater good, and I'm like, that's the problem with America. That's the problem with America right there.
Life to a greater struggle for justice.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what that meant. And then then people started calling attention to our local congressman, who was a party boss. I remember looking him up, and my family's lived in the Bronx for way longer than 30 years, but like since I was born, but my dad too, since he was born. And I remember looking up this guy, and I was like, I've never seen this man in my life. Like, not once ever. I was like, who is this? And I kind of thought, if I haven't seen him, and if I don't know who he is, then I know that no one else knows who he is.
And you're talking about Joe Crowley, who was an up-and-coming leader.
Yeah.
In the Democratic establishment here in Washington.
Yeah. And I started to dig into what the deal was here. Because how does a person that is just completely unknown become a congressman? And I saw and I started to follow the money of what was going on. And even though he was not very well known in the community, he was extremely well known and extremely powerful among the New York City political elite. He was not only the heir apparent to the speakership in the U.S. House of Representatives, he was also the chairman of the Queens County Democratic Party, which was arguably the strongest political machine in all of New York City. And so he not only had national politics, but he built that path to national politics by really being a powerful player in the New York City real estate.
And how old were you at this time?
At this time, when I was looking at this, I was probably like 26 or 27.
So you decided to take on a guy who was going to become the Speaker of the House and the leader of the Queens Democratic Party, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, I think the reason for it...
Fuck him. Because he's a bad Democrat. He's a bad Democrat.
Was twofold. No one else would.
Was quite as crazy as you are.
Yeah, no one else would do it.
No one else would do it.
It was clear that anybody who wanted any future in politics
wouldn't do that.
Would never do this. And I wasn't particularly attached to a future in politics.
Yeah, I don't care what people think of me. I'm not holding back.
And we hadn't had a primary election in 14 years.
14 years, which is just like, oh my God, I'm going to win just because I'm running.
Because this machine would intimidate, bully people out, sue them off the ballot. And it became really apparent that the only kind of person that would run would be a complete and total long shot with no chance. So I said, my goal was, if we at least had a choice, if we at least forced the first...
Look at Bernie. He loves this shit. He loves it. So do I. I fucking love this shit.
Primary election in 14 years in this community, then that will have been a service. Like, let's just see if we can get on the ballot.
It's a funny story. So you got on the ballot. And what happened?
What happened? What
And
happened?
guess what? This is important because a lot of people like to tell revisionist history about it, and I
No.
understand. There's a lot of people that played a role in that victory, but getting on the ballot, I was totally alone with just the few scrappy people in the neighborhood that were crazy enough to believe that this was worthwhile. We were
Oh
endorsed
my
by
God.
almost anybody.
Yup, it's your punker. You're a punker. The only people in the neighborhood love you because you're their neighbor. You're their neighbor. I love being a punker. I've been a punker all of my life. I really believe in the power of the people. I don't believe in the power of the government.
And not only that, but I mean, truly, the people who were collecting signatures in that time
we're
just
like the true heroes. The true heroes. I can't be that fucking awesome. I know some people in my life that are so fucking awesome. My aunt is so fucking awesome. She volunteered at a food kitchen for 17 years, and she ended up running that motherfucker, and she was just like making sure that poor people could eat. You know, she had nothing to do with like votes or right wing or left wing or anything like that. She was just full blown making sure that people in Denver like me could eat. And I was particularly her battleground. I was her battleground. When I couldn't eat, she was fucking furious. She would march and stuff. Like, I love my aunt. She's so fucking wonderful. She was such a huge influence on me. She's the most pious person I have ever met. And that's hard to say because I know some pretty fucking beautiful people. But my aunt was the most pious person that I've ever met. And I don't really know how to live up to her legacy. I tell her all the time, I'm like, I can't live up to you. And she's like, it's okay. You know, you're not expected to. And I'm like, I don't know. I can't live up to you, though. You know, I can't.
just people in the neighborhood. And I had no money, like none
None.
at all. I had a
Yeah, I've got like $500. I bought a chair with the $500. I've got $500 to my name, and I just bought this chair because I'm like, I believe in the chair more than I do the $500.
a paper grocery bag with
Yeah, I got a paper grocery bag. Shit. Yeah, like she does not have money.
a clipboard and, you know,
A clipboard.
stuff that I keep behind the bar. I'd work my shift. I'd take my bag with my clipboard out, and then I'd go out across the Bronx and Queens. It was lunacy. It was lunacy. But
He loves this. He loves this. I love this shit. This was the best video I've seen in a year.
there were enough people that we were able to organize at that point.
Goddamn right. There's so many people who really care for what I care for.
That we collected the signatures to get on the ballot, and not only that, we collected about 6 or 7 times that, so that they couldn't sue us off, they couldn't throw us off. And after I got on the ballot, and we met our first goal, which was to force the first primary election in 14 years. People started paying more attention to it. And I kept
That's the
messaging.
story? That's the
I think
story.
really at the end of the day, the core.
It's like a legend was
The core.
born. It's like a legend was born. I've always been a big believer, but I didn't know what the legend was. I was like, AOC scares me because she seems like the politician that you can actually believe in, and she's always scared me.
Goal and the core message.
This
of our
woman
campaign
scares me because
was-
it's like, it's a politician you can believe in, and you don't when you hear that, you're like, nope, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's some kind of play. When you hear somebody that you can actually believe in, you're like, it's got to be a lie. It's some power play by the piece of shit Republicans that destroy the world or something like that.
is that we deserve better.
We do.
was
we deserve
to try
better.
to spread the gospel on this, which is that we don't have to justify
No.
being able to afford to live. We shouldn't have to justify or need some convoluted argument as to why people
Testify,
should be paid
sister!
enough
Woo!
for
The
their
campaign,
rent.
people thought you were crazy.
Yeah.
No, you're not crazy.
Yeah.
No, you're not crazy. We should not have to justify having a good life. We don't have to justify that.
Goal and the core message of our campaign was that we deserve better.
We deserve better.
It was to try to spread the gospel on this, which is that we don't have to justify being able to afford to live. We shouldn't have to justify or need some convoluted argument as to why people should be paid enough
All right, so you started the
afford their
campaign,
rent.
people
Yeah.
thought you were crazy.
Yeah.
No chance at all to win.
Yeah.
And on election day, what happened?
So on election day, I never allowed myself to
To believe that these people believed in me. I've never allowed myself to believe, as a punk rock singer, as a fucking streamer, as a fucking drug dealer, as a person who ran in the scene and everybody, you know what I'm saying? I never allowed myself to believe that anybody believed in me but myself.
even imagine.
I still don't. I struggle when people like believe in me. I'm like, okay, if you're crazy like me, okay, join the crazy club and follow me along.
myself winning because it felt way too crazy. But
I want to do this. I want to do what they did. It's crazy, but I do. I want to do what they did. I want to be a bastion for the left. I absolutely do. I want to do what they did. I don't think I need to go run for office to do it. I think I can sit there and do it right here from my camera. As silly as that is, I really believe in this, you know. I think I can do what these guys are doing just from my camera. I believe I can.
I also never imagined.
I believe I can, you know. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. It's like the old Thomas, you know, the train, you know. It's like I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can.
Myself losing either.
I think I can. I think I can. I think I can.
I just imagine myself getting to 8:59 p.m. the minute before the polls close, and then just what happens. But that day, earlier that day, we were canvassing, going around. I remember we were going around to the polls, making sure everything's okay. And that day, I was walking down the street, and this family, was driving down the street, and there were all these kids inside.
AOC!
And I was walking down the street, and this local family, they look out the window, and they honk, and they go, Alexandria, just voted for you.
AOC!
And that's when I was like, wait,
yes! We can win this thing.
we could win this thing.
We can win this.
So the polls close, 8:59 p.m., and I get in the car, and my friends are driving the car, and my mom's in there with me, and I'm so nervous. And my mom's cell phone starts going off, and it's ping, ping, ping.
Ping,
but
ping,
I
ping. You won.
didn't know what the results were. And I was like, Mom, can you just silence your phone for a second? I was like so nervous. And we get out of the car, and I was so nervous, we didn't even have a location for a watch party. My friend just like, let's just meet at the billiards hall. And we go to the billiards hall, and we ask them to put it up on the screen. And we go up, and not only am I winning, but we were up like 10.
Yes!
Nothing.
We believe in change. We need the change. We can't stand the old boss. We can't stand the old boss.
What the establishment is about is a lot of money, people talking to each other. But if you can organize at the grassroots level, and she's outspent 100 to 1 or something, it ain't much there. I mean, there really isn't. They have wealth, they have power, but there aren't many of them.
There aren't
The
many
bottom
of them.
line is, and I saw that in my presidential campaign, took on Hillary Clinton.
There aren't many of them. We have the power of the people. Power to the people, giving people the power to put it down in your city. And fuck them hillbillies.
The entire Democratic establishment.
You know what I'm saying? And fuck them hillbillies. That's Bone Thugs. And Bone Thugs said it. It's real. You know what I'm saying? That's Bone Thugs I'm quoting. Bone Thugs. If Bone Thugs said it, it's real. You understand it? Power to the people. People the power to put it down in your city. And fuck them hillbillies. You know? And fuck them hillbillies.
Why are you even running? Turns out there's just not many of them.
Yeah.
And they are very far removed in many ways from the realities of working people's lives. So, I mean, what Alexandria's story is about is not only an extraordinary story about, what she has accomplished, but I think it's a lesson for everybody. And sometimes we become a little bit pessimistic about the state of the world and where we are politically. But when you have people willing to take on big money, willing to do grassroots organizing, who come from, the working class themselves, we can accomplish great things. All right, I want to switch.
I expect mighty things.
I know that you and I have been criticized for our support of President Biden. You disagree with him over what's going on in Gaza. I strongly disagree with him as well. I am also supporting his re-election. Why are you supporting Joe Biden, the president?
Well, I think, to me, I look at this through an analysis of power and an analysis of conditions.
Oh my God, that's such a good answer.
I think that, when we look at the conditions that are available to us in terms of what is most receptive to
winning,
movement politics, I think, and I maintain that it is unequivocal that mass movements have been able to be more effective under a Joe Biden presidency than a Donald Trump presidency. And I also know that when we look at the horrors of what is happening in Gaza, that that people's feelings and understanding about this is completely understandable and justified. And I think that it is, that there are multiple things that can be true at the same time. That we can see this war machine at work and the way that it operates and puts so many innocent lives in peril. And we can also see how the NLRB has issued some of the most radical pro-labor policies that we've seen in a decade.
What I think you're saying is, in so many words, at least what I'm saying, is re-electing Trump would be a total disaster for this country and for the world.
It'd be unequivocal.
And that, Biden has accomplished some good and important things. Mm-hmm. You and I were together with him talking about the climate course, something I know you've worked on since you got elected to Congress. And I worked on solar panels, making solar panels affordable to working class Americans.
Hells yeah! I've got a solar panel and I love Bernie.
He is the first president ever to walk on a picket line, making it very clear he is.
My heater is running at 64 right now, all winter on my solar panel. And when you think that this shit's out of league or that I'm just crazy or whatever, no, I am living off of heat that doesn't cost me any money. And I really love the Accords that brought that to my life. I really do.
Pro-worker, very strongly pro-union.
Yeah, he's not fucking around when he says something like that. Like, I actually really love my life because right now my house is at a nice, calm 62 degrees. I don't pay for that. I don't pay for that. My solar panel covers the cost of that. As the sun pulls in energy, my house is warm from my fucking heater. If you guys want to see it, you can. You can see my heater. It's I lost my camera. I'm sorry. Bear with me here. So you can see it. It's like so. I've got to pull here so you guys can see what I'm saying. But right here, you see it means circle. That's my heater. It's like 5 feet away, and it's an example of, you know, like, I'm sorry, I've been crying, so I've got like tissues and stuff that's all nasty. I'm sorry, but you know, I got my cell phone and my couch and my heater, and that heater runs 24/7 off of energy that I don't pay for. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm sorry, it's like the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. It absolutely is. Like, that heater running all year is like the greatest thing that I've ever had happen to me. And it costs me nothing. It actually does. It costs me nothing. My house pulls in the energy from my solar panel to pay for that heater. It's like my favorite thing in my entire life. It actually is. It's like my favorite thing. I am warm without turning on a heater. You know, well, I turn on a heater, but I mean, I don't I don't turn on like an expensive heater that costs $2,000 a year or something like that. I turn on my heater and it just runs all year round. It's on 62 degrees right now because I just want my house to feel like 62 degrees all the time. And I can do that off of my fucking solar panel. You know, and that is the greatest thing that either of these two have come across in their lives, and it's the greatest thing in my life too.
And when you talk about this election, I hope everybody understands, if Trump is elected, the right of women to control their own bodies we're going to be on the defense.
Not only is it gone, they are talking about active pursuit of criminalization.
Right.
Yeah, which is like, what?
Unbelievable.
Putting women in jail.
Unbelievable. What?
Talking about climate change.
Yeah, fuck that. She sits and she's like, fuck you guys. You want to put us in jail for having a kid? Fuck you guys. And I am sympathetic to her. She's got a very good point.
I would hope that most of our viewers understand that climate change not only is real, but unless there's world cooperation, the kind of planet we're leaving future generations is very much in question.
I'm going to go mix another drink. I'll be right back. I got to drink the last of my vodka. I drank an entire handle of 7X Platinum vodka for Christmas, or sorry, for New Year's, and so this is the last of it. This is the last drink. I'm going to go mix it. for like 3 years, it's kind of funny, but so take a look at this drink. Do you see it? For 3 years, I've had this magic bullet that's just sitting in my kitchen. And you know what the magic bullet is? It's like this, like fucking, George Foreman grill type device that they sold to the masses. That's like this drink mixing device. But now I've really cottoned to the fucking, over like the last 5 days, I've cottoned to the magic bullet. And I'm like, oh my god, I can just like every time that I put ice in a drink, I just do the magic bullet, which turns it into a fucking amazing frosted drink. See it? You can see it. It's so fucking good. This frosted drink is so good. And I don't like being an advertisement to Magic Bullet, but like the drink that it mixes is like really something special though. Oh yeah, I had foam on my mustache last night because I've been fucking around with a magic bullet, and I was like, oh, I lost some people because I had some foam on my mustache and I look like an idiot. But it doesn't matter. It's like the magic bullet. The reason that that's happening is because I really love the magic bullet. Look at the drink that it made me. I put an entire ice cube tray in this drink. And it's like, it's there, it's frozen. This whole drink is frozen. And it's like sipping like milkshake, but it's just a vodka drink. And it tastes like a milkshake. It's so fucking good. Oh yeah. You can't taste the vodka at all, cause something about the magic bullet, like something about sugar, any sugar that goes in the magic bullet immediately like skews the entire drink. So like literally, I put like a swallow. It's like a swallow. I put a swallow of pink lemonade. An entire, that's what this drink is. This drink, I'm going to tell you what's in it. It's an entire ice cube tray mashed to ice. And that's why this has frost. You see it? It's like it has like foam and stuff. It's an entire ice cube tray with a single swallow of pink lemonade, 5 shots of vodka, and about a shot of creamer, like French vanilla creamer. And so, see it, and I've been drinking these drinks all night. I've had like 7 of them or something. I really have. I've had like 7 or 8 of these, and they're fucking amazing. They're like the best shit I've ever had before. And I'm like, oh, that's why that dude was so famous on the commercials, is he's like, yeah, the magic bullet will make you the fucking beautiful drink that you want inside of 30 seconds. And it's true. The magic bullet will absolutely make you a fucking wonderful alcoholic drink, or anything that you want. It doesn't really matter what it is. You just toss it in the magic bullet. You screw on the top. You push down on the cluster, and then crack for the weave. And whatever the weave is whatever you put in the fucking bullet. So like the bullet is like this mixture of whatever the fuck you want, but mainly it should be ice, right? It should be ice. Ice, 5 shots of vodka, and a swallow. I'm talking a swallow, not even like little tiny bit, like a dash. I would call it a dash. A dash of pink lemonade, and a dash of a full-blown shot. I did a shot of a French vanilla creamer. French vanilla creamer and full-blown magic bullet iced ice with 5 shots of vodka and shit. This shit is so good. I'm like resisting the urge to just gulp it down. I'm like resisting that urge. I'm like, oh my god, I want to drink this whole thing. Oh my god, that's good. Oh yeah. I don't really know how good the magic bullet was. But when you understand the power, it's kind of like Tesla or something. When you understand the power of juicing an entire ice tray into whatever you're fucking drinking. And I'm gonna keep doing this for years. I'm just gonna keep mixing magic bullets. I'm probably gonna break the magic bullets. I can see it. Because I'm just gonna keep mixing drinks that are fucking amazing in this magic bullet. And like I hate being an advertisement for fucking something that has so much advertisement already. But I didn't know how good my magic bullet actually was. I didn't really know. You can just fucking toss in an entire it's not an entire ice cube tray. It's like half an ice cube tray, but you toss in half an ice cube tray into any drink that you want, and it purifies it to this fine foam. That's a mixture of ice and drink. And the mixture of ice and drink is like the best thing that I've ever had in my life, maybe. There is 5 shots of vodka in here. But I can't taste it at all. It tastes like a milkshake. You know what I'm saying? There's 5 shots of vodka in here. You understand? But I can't taste it. I could take 5 shots of vodka like nothing. Like it's nothing at all. It's some of the greatest tech I've ever fucking come across. I didn't know. It was just sitting in my kitchen for 3 years. My mother got me a magic bullet, and she's like, you won't really know how cool the magic bullet is until you actually experiment with it. And I was like, yeah, I know, but I just don't have the time or whatever. In the last like 5 days, I've cotton to that magic bullet. I've used it like 40 times. I've used it like 40 fucking times or something like that. Where I'm like, oh my god, like what it did to ice and pink lemonade. This is pink lemonade ice with vodka in it, and it's so fucking good. It's so good. It reminds me of drinking at a fucking soda jerk. It reminds me of like Forrest Gump in the 50s. Like the drink itself is so reminiscent of like really young America. It's kind of crazy. The drink itself is 5 shots of vodka with a swallow of pink lemonade and an entire half of a ice cube tray. Sorry, I dropped my pen. And like I mixed it all together, and like you can hear it in my voice. I'm extremely drunk, but it's only been like fucking 7 drinks or something. They're all like ice. Like I must have ran through 7 ice cube trays. I just, every time that I want liquor, I just put an ice cube tray in the fucking magic bullet with like, you know, a swallow of pink lemonade or cranberry juice or something like that. And then five shots of vodka and half a tray of ice cubes. And then this is what I get. You can hear it. It's half ice cubes. You can hear it. There's ice cubes in here. You hear them? Because yeah, you can hear them probably. I don't know. Is my headphones off? No, my headphones are not off.
Question?
They're not off. Yeah. Like, so you can see the ice. Like the ice is actually real. Like so I threw half a tray of ice cubes in there. You can see me pull it out. There's an ice cube. It's in there. But there's also like cremated ice drink. And it's got ice cubes in it, which is fine. I don't really care that there's ice cubes in it. And that goddamn magic bullet, it pretty much removed the cost of drinking liquor. It like removes the cost of drinking liquor because you just pulp a ice cube tray in there with like, 5 shots and whatever sugar that you want. And it turns it into this like sock hop soda jerkin 50s like soda fountain fucking drink that's so amazing. When you drink it, you're like, oh my god, this is so good. Oh yeah, that drink is so good. It's so good. It's better than McDonald's or something that they sell you for a lot of money. It's so good. And like that shit's for free. The only thing it costs is the electricity while I run the magic bullet. The stupid ass magic bullet was actually such a fucking good invention. I really didn't know, but it just totally like makes it possible for you to mix half a cube of ice or half a tray of ice cubes with 5 shots of vodka and like a sip of sugar, like a sip of it, like in this drink. It tastes like a fucking milkshake, right? But there's nothing in it. There's nothing in this drink. There's like, it tastes like a milkshake, but it only has a swallow of cranberry juice. That's it. That's what's so beautiful about it. It spreads the sugar of one like swallow of sugar. It's one swallow. You don't need an entire bottle of soda. If you have a sip of soda, you can just toss it in the magic bullet with half a tray of ice cubes and like I don't know, like a shot of dairy creamer. And you get a little bit more sugar. You gotta have a little bit more sugar, but the dairy creamer on top of the single swallow of cranberry juice, it's like the best mix of a drink I've ever fucking had in my entire life. I'm gonna drink it right now. Watch. I'm not kidding. This shit's so good. Oh yeah. So if you don't have like cranberry juice and 5 shots of vodka, I mean, I'm out now. You guys want to see my empty bottle? So I think of this as the dead soldier. It's the dead soldier fallacy, which is that your lifestyle as a alcoholic, drunk, and complete druggie or whatever is extremely wasteful. It's like really wasteful. This is like my 55,000th empty dead soldier of an entire handle. I've gone through 55,000 handles or something like that, somewhere around there. I know because it's $50 every time that I buy this. It's $46 every time I buy this. You see it? It's not 46. It's 28. It's 28. $28. But I think of it as 46 because sometimes it actually is that expensive depending on the vodka that you're buying. But yeah, so yeah, this motherfucker's empty. You see it? It's empty. I didn't come by this. I didn't dump the vodka into the fucking sink. I dumped the vodka into my fucking mouth. It went into my mouth in the last 20 hours or something, right? Yeah, like 24 hours, something like that. And like this fucking vodka bottle is another dead soldier on the long march to me being a human being. Goodbye. And it's crazy, and the last 5 shots of that bottle is in this drink. This drink is fucking amazing. Oh my god, that's fucking good. It tastes like you're 17 and you're smoking cigarettes at the bowling alley and you're about to fuck this girl that you're talking to. It tastes like that. This drink tastes so good. I said what it made me think of. It made me think of that time when I was 17. I was smoking cigarettes at the bowling alley. And there was this girl that I was going to fuck named Jessica. I love Jessica. I really love Jessica. I still love Jessica. She took my virginity. I love Jessica. And yeah, this drink reminds me of Jessica and losing my virginity all at the same time. It's kind of crazy. That's what this drink reminds me of. The drinks used to be so good when I was a kid, but then something about the worthless piece of shit fucking oligarchs, they ruined the world, and something about them, like, it just robs you of this ability to take simple joy in things like drinks like this. And so I'm like, oh god, the oligarchs have killed everything. But I go to sip this drink. Oof. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. You're like, oh my god, that's why I'm alive. Is the stupid bullshit like the magic bullet? And you're like, yeah, like that's the conversation that I'm having here. Is the stupid shit like the magic bullet, or why I'm alive? Stupid shit like the magic bullet. Or why I'm alive. It's not some advertisement for some fucking product or whatever. It's just actually the truth. Like I like the only reason that I'm still alive is there's these simple pleasures that I get for no money at all. Like this 5-shot vodka drink that the magic bullet did. Oh yeah. See, it's on my nose. See it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. So good. It's so good. When you drink it, you're like, oh my god, that's like the greatest thing that I've ever fucking conceived of. When you drink it, you're like, oh my god, this fucking drink is like the best thing I've ever had. It's got 5 shots of vodka in it, but you can't taste it because it's just cremated ice with like a single shot of single bit of sugar, creamer, or cranberry juice or something. And you're like, oh my god. Every bit of the entire ice drink has been inundated with the beautiful sugar of the cranberry juice or the creamer shot, like French vanilla creamer shot. So it's like I knew when I started fucking with the magic bullet, right? I was like, I'm gonna start fucking with French vanilla creamer shots. I was like, French vanilla is so fucking good. It is such a strong taste. I'm going to fucking put it in every alcoholic drink that I make. And it was absolutely the correct move to make. It was absolutely the right move. I feel so good. I've had like 5 shots. And for some reason, I don't think I'm verbalizing how beautiful the magic bullet actually is, because it like puts a half a tray of ice cubes, 1 shot of sugar. I'm talking shot, like a you ever seen those bullets that they use for French vanilla creamers for coffee? Like, I'm talking a shot of that stuff. That French vanilla creamer, that blue stuff, right? It takes a shot of that creamer and it just inundates the entire drink in half a tray of ice cubes. And it just delivers this thing that's got ice cubes in it, but it's also been like, it's been like pulped by the magic bullet. Oh yeah. It tastes so good. It tastes so good. It tastes like what you should, like, what your drink should be. If you're going to waste your time like me, and blow $50 on a fucking bottle of vodka and, like, the magic bullet and the fucking ice and all this stuff, if you're going to blow all that money, you might as well get a drink that fucking tastes good. And I would say that the Magic Bullet absolutely fucking makes the best drink I've ever had. Like, it rivals bartenders. Bartenders can't do as good as the Magic Bullet does. It's kind of insane. It reminds me of AI. They keep saying that AI is better than everybody else, you know? And I'm like, I don't really believe you. But then you know, but then the AI like totally does a bunch of stuff, and you're like, oh my god, the AI actually is really strong. It is strong. It's kind of like the drink. The drink has 5 shots in it, but you can't taste it because it tastes like a fucking like you're sitting at a bar in the 50s and somebody just handed you a fucking sock hop drink, and you're like, oh my god, there's like 5 shots of vodka in this, and you point at it, and the soda jerk is like, yeah, there's 5 shots of vodka in that, but you can't taste it. It's the most beautiful drink anybody's ever handed you. And you're like, no way. You fucking drink it, and you're like, oh my god, this is the best drink that anybody's ever handed me. Oh. Oh yeah. Even the residue of the drink is really good. You know, it takes one shot. It takes one shot of dairy creamer or sugar, or cranberry juice or chocolate, whatever you want. You can put you could put a chocolate bar in that thing. I'm very aware of this, how bad the Magic Bullet actually is, because I could put like half a bar of chocolate in it, and you're gonna taste it, but you're not gonna know how much is in it, because you're like, oh my god, this thing is like a frozen chocolate drink. And it's like half a tray of ice cubes, half a bar of chocolate, and some cherry Pepsi. Oh my god, this thing would be so good. I immediately need to go to the grocery store. I need to go to the grocery store today. I need to go. I can't believe this. I actually have to go to the grocery store today. And I'm gonna send Cloud Candy a message, which is actually so funny, and I'm gonna be like, it's January 2nd, but I actually drank a bunch of vodka and I still can't drive, and I can't send you this pair of headphones that I promised I would send you until tomorrow. So I used my Magic Bullet. This is literally the text that I'm sending. I used my Magic Bullet to juice to juice an entire handle of vodka. For New Year's Eve. I'm sending this text message. It's so fucking awesome. I'm sending it for New Year's Eve. So that's literally the text that I sent. For a text, I said, so I used my Magic Bullet to juice an entire handle of vodka for New Year's Eve. And it's January 2nd. It's January 2nd. It's January 2nd. I still can't drive. I still can't drive. I'm laughing about this as I text you. I'm laughing about this. I'm laughing about this. About this as I text you. As I text you. To let you know that, that is, to let you know that, to let you know that, when I'm sober enough to drive, when I'm sober enough to drive, I'm sober enough to drive. I literally texted her this. I was like, I'm laughing about this as I text you. So you know that when I'm sober enough to drive. I will send you. I will send you. Send you. How's that I love this conversation. I use my magic bullet. So I use my magic bullet to juice an entire handle of vodka. So this is the text message that I just said. So I used my magic bullet to juice an entire handle of vodka. for New Year's Eve. And it's January 2nd, I still can't drive. I'm laughing about this as I text you. So you know that when I'm sober, when I'm sober enough to drive, I will send you a pair of headphones. Sober enough to drive. I will send you a pair of headphones. I'm laughing about this. So I used my magic bullet to juice an entire handle of vodka for New Year's Eve, and it's January 2nd, and I still can't drive. I'm laughing about this as I text you. So as you know that when I'm sober enough to drive, I tried 3 sentences. It took me 3 sentences to type out sober enough to drive. I will send you a pair of headphones. I love you. I still can't drive. Laughing about this. That's just God damn it. I will send you a pair of So I used my magic bullets to juice an entire handle of vodka. For New Year's Eve, I can't drive. And it's January 2nd, I still can't drive. I'm loving about this is I text you to let you know that when I'm sober and I'll send you a pair of headphones. I'm still can't drive. So I use my magic bullet to juice an entire handle of vodka for New Year's Eve, and it's January 2nd. And I still can't drive. I'm laughing about this as I text you. I'm laughing about this as I text you. I'm laughing about this as I text you to let you know that when I'm sober enough to drive, I will send you a pair of headphones. So I used my magic bullet to choose an entire handle of vodka for New Year's Eve. It's January 2nd. And I still can't drive. I'm laughing about this as I text you. to let you know that that's literally what I said. I was like, to let you know that I'm laughing about this as I text you to let you know that when I'm sober enough to drive, I will send you a pair of headphones. I love you. I'm sober enough to drive. It took me 3 tries. It took me three tries to tell her that when I was sober enough to drive. And it's January 2nd. And I still can't drive. I'm laughing about this. I text you to let you know that when I'm sober enough to drive, I tried 4 times to try to get. When I'm sober enough to drive, I'll send you a pair of headphones. I love your mim. Oh my god. I'm sober enough to drive. I was you. I'm laughing about this is when I'm sober enough to try. When I was sober enough to try, I will send you a pair of headphones. Dude.
Donald Trump thinks that climate change is a hoax. Biden has put more money into transforming our energy system than any president in history. So I think, what Alexandria is saying, what I'm saying is, we have disagreements with Biden, some of them very strong. But he has done some good things. And the hope is that if we mobilize at the grassroots level, we're going to get him to do better things in the future. But, as I've said many times, Joe Biden is not running against God. He's not running against some perfect candidate.
Far from it.
He's running against the most dangerous president in American history. And, bottom line is, you have in Trump somebody who really has spent much of his life in recent years undermining American democracy. We know our democracy is far from perfect. It's corrupt in many ways. Super PACs with billionaire funding elect terrible people. We know right now they're going against our friends, right? They're going to put a whole lot of money trying to defeat people who are standing up on this war, who are standing up for workers' rights. That's what a super PAC, AIPAC is doing right now. But if you have a Trump-elected president, all of that is going to be multiplied a dozen times over. And literally the foundations of American democracy in this country and working with right-wing extremists all over the world. The experiment in democracy, only a couple of hundred years old, may be over. And maybe we'll go back to the authoritarian form of government that existed for so long. So I know that, a lot of progressives are struggling with this issue.
100%.
And I get it. But I would ask people to take a look at the alternative and to do the best that we can do.
Yeah, and I think also
That's what I
because
do.
I deeply understand and have felt
That's what
this
I do.
idea of, we're sick of having to choose between the lesser of two evils. And to that, we're doing it. We're making ourselves matter. We're making ourselves matter. And that was such a fantastic day in St. Mary's Park. And
Why can't I hear anything? Did you mute me?
I was one of the volunteers there. We helped advance and set up the event. And then I got to be part of the crowd. And it really meant something to me. And after that race, I dove back into organizing. I got involved with Black Lives Matter. I went to Standing Rock in order to fight the Keystone XL pipeline. And it was after those experiences that I had kind of felt, for me, I think that my family, my background, the way that I'm raised, and also what has informed my politics, even intellectually.
I'm just thinking about how bad. So, I used my magic bullet to choose an entire for New Year's Eve. It was January 2nd, and I still can't try. I still can't try. One thing about this is that when I was sober, when I was sober, when I was sober enough to drive, I will send you a pair of headphones. So, I use my magic bullets to choose the entire animal fuck. For New Year's Eve, it's January 2nd, I still get drunk. Still can't drive. One thing about this is I text you to let you know that I'm sober enough to drive a sleeper. so, so I use my magic bullet. Just for January 2nd. And I still can't drive. I still can't drive. Laughing about this as I text you. I'm laughing about this as I text you. To let you know that when I'm sober enough to when I'm sober enough to drive, I'll send you a pair of I still can't drive. It's January 2nd. I still can't drive. Sober enough to drive. I will send you a pair of headphones. The juice oh my god. So I used my magic bullet to juice an entire handful of vodka. It's January 2nd. And I still can't drive. I still can't drive. I'm laughing about this as I text you. To let you know that when I'm sober enough to drive, I will send you a pair of headphones. I love you. enough to try. I'm laughing about this as I text you. Okay, anyways, I'm just gonna stop paying attention to it.
Is very much the spiritual undercurrent of a left politics, especially in America, liberation theology, the civil rights movement.
Was your family Catholic?
My family. Well, my father's Catholic. I was raised Catholic, and my mother's side of the family in Puerto Rico is more Pentecostal, and so I had felt at that point that I felt ready to just devote myself in a much fuller sense in my life to a greater struggle for justice. And I didn't know what that meant. And then then people started calling attention to our local congressman, who was a party boss. I remember looking him up, and my family's lived in the Bronx for over way longer than 30 years, but like since I was born, but my dad too, since he was born.
God damn it. I'm watching AOC talk about her life, and all I can do is crack up. All I can do is crack up about how fucking bad I am. How fucking bad I am. I'm trying to talk about his. So we're not to try. I will send you a pair of headphones. I'm living about this. It's like 11 in the morning. Let you know that I tried for 2 more sentences to try. When I'm sober, I tried for 3 sentences. Just try to say the sentence. When I'm sober enough to drive, I'll send you a pair of headphones. Sober enough to drive. I will send you a pair of headphones. I love yo, Mim. I love yo, Mim. Damn it. It's January 2nd. I'm wasted out of my mind. There's no reason to be this wasted. There's no reason to be this drunk.
And I remember looking up this guy, and I was like, I've never seen this man in my life. Like, not once ever. I was like, who is this? And I kind of thought, you know, if I haven't seen him, and if I don't know who he is, then I know that no one else knows who
And
he
you're talking about Joe Crowley, who was an up-and-coming leader
Yeah.
in the democratic establishment doing nothing.
Yeah, and I started to dig into what the deal was here.
It's my phone. Oh my god. It's my phone. I'm so wasted.
He built that path to national politics by really being a powerful player in the New York
Let's
City.
go
political
hear
How old
about
were you at
AOC
this time?
more.
At this time, when I was looking at this, I was probably like 26 or 27.
So you decided to take on the guy who's going to become the Speaker of the House and the leader of the Queen's Democratic Party, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
And I think the reason for it was twofold. No one else would.
Was quite as crazy as you are.
Yeah, no one else would do it. It was clear that anybody who wanted any future in politics would never do this, and I wasn't particularly attached to a future in politics.
No.
So and we hadn't had a primary election in 14 years because this machine would intimidate, bully people out, sue them off the ballot. And it became really apparent that the only kind of person that would run would be a complete and total long shot with no chance. So I said, my goal was if we at least had a choice, if we at least forced the first primary election in 14 years in this community, then that will have been a service. Like, let's just see if we can get on the ballot.
It's a funny story. So you got on the ballot. And what happened?
We got on the ballot. Yeah. And guess what? This is important because a lot of people like to tell revisionist history about it, and I understand. There's a lot of people that played a role in that victory, but getting on the ballot, I was totally alone with just the few scrappy people in the neighborhood that were crazy enough to believe that this was worthwhile. We weren't endorsed by almost anybody. And not only that, but I mean, truly, the people who were collecting signatures in that time were just people in the neighborhood. And I had no money, like none at all. I had a paper grocery bag with a clipboard.
I love the story.
And, stuff that I keep behind the bar. I'd work my shift. I'd take my bag with my clipboard out, and then I'd go out across the Bronx and Queens. It was lunacy. It was lunacy. But there were enough people that we were able to organize at that point that we collected the signatures to get on the ballot. And not only that, we collected about 6 or 7 times that, so that they couldn't sue us off. They couldn't throw us off. And after I got on the ballot, and we met our first goal, which was to force the first primary.
AOC.
Election in 14 years. People started paying more attention to it. And I kept messaging. I think really at the end of the day, the core goal and the core message of our campaign was that we deserve better. It was to try to spread the gospel on this, which is that we don't have to justify being able to afford to live. We shouldn't have to justify or need some convoluted argument as to why people should be paid enough.
All right, so you started the
afford their
campaign,
rent.
people thought you were crazy.
Yeah,
No chance at all to win.
yeah.
And on election day, what happened?
So on election day, I never allowed myself.
I want to watch this, but I'm hungry. I'm going to get something to eat. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty drunk.
To even imagine myself winning, because it felt way too crazy. But I also never imagined myself losing either. I just imagined myself getting to 8:59 p.m. the minute before the polls close, and then just what happens, happens. But that day, earlier that day, we were canvassing, going around. I remember we were going around to the polls, making sure everything's okay. And that day I was walking down the street, and this car, this family, was driving down the street, and there were all these kids inside, and I was walking down the street, and this local family, they look out the window and they honk and they go, "Alexandria, we just voted for you." And that's when I was like, wait, we could win this thing. We could win this thing. And so the polls close 8:59 p.m. and I get in the car, and my friends are driving the car, and my mom's in there with me, and I'm so nervous, and my mom's cell phone starts going off, and it's ping, 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 but I didn't know what the results were, and I was like, "Mom, can you just silence your phone for a second?" I was like so nervous. And we get out of the car, and I was so nervous, we didn't even have a location for a watch party. My friend just like, "Let's just meet at the billiards hall." And we go to the billiards hall, and we ask them to put it up on the screen. And we go up, and not only am I winning, but we were up like 10 points.
All right, there's a lot things to be learned from what Alexandria just said. And that is, in many ways, what the establishment is about is a lot of money, people talking to each other. But if you can organize at the grassroots level, and she's outspent 100 to 1 or something, it ain't much there. I mean, there really isn't. They have wealth, they have power, but there aren't many of them. And bottom line is, and I saw that in my presidential campaign, took on Hillary, oh my God, the entire Democratic establishment, why are you even running? Turns out there's just not many of them.
Yeah.
And they are very far removed in many ways from the realities of working people's lives. So, I mean, what Alexandria's story is about is not only an extraordinary story about, what she has accomplished, but I think it's a lesson for everybody. And sometimes we become a little bit pessimistic, about the state of the world and where we are politically. But when you have people willing to take on big money, willing to do grassroots organizing, who come from, the working class themselves, we can accomplish great things. All right, I want to switch gear now. I know that you and I have been criticized for our support of President Biden. You disagree with him over what's going on in Gaza. I strongly disagree with him as well. I am also supporting his re-election. Why are you supporting Joe Biden, the president?
Well, I think, to me, I look at this through an analysis of power and an analysis of conditions. I think that, when we look at the conditions that are available to us in terms of what is most receptive to mass movement politics, I think, and I maintain that it is unequivocal that mass movements have been able to be more effective under a Joe Biden presidency than a Donald Trump presidency. And I also know that when we look at the horrors of what is happening in Gaza, that that people's feelings and understanding about this is completely understandable and justified. And I think that it is, that there are multiple things that can be true at the same time. That we can see this war machine at work and the way that it operates and puts so many innocent lives in peril. And we can also see how the NLRB has issued some of the most radical pro-labor policies that we've seen in a decade.
In other words, what I think you're saying is, in so many words, at least what I'm saying, is re-electing Trump would be a total disaster for this country and
It'd
for
be
the world.
unequivocal.
And that, Biden has accomplished some good and important things. You and I were together with him talking about the climate course, something I know you've worked on since you got elected to Congress. And I worked on solar panels, making solar panels affordable to working class Americans. He is the first president ever to walk on a picket line, making it very clear he is pro-worker, very strongly pro-union. And when you talk about this election, I hope everybody understands, if Trump is elected, the right of women to control their own bodies we're going to be on the defense.
Not only is it gone, they are talking about active pursuit of criminalization.
Right. Unbelievable.
Putting women in jail.
Right. Talking about climate change, I would hope that most of our viewers understand that climate change not only is real, but unless there's world cooperation, the kind of planet we're leaving future generations is very much in question.
Yep.
Donald Trump thinks that climate change is a hoax. Biden has put more money into transforming our energy system than any president in history. So I think, what Alexandria is saying and what I'm saying is, we have disagreements with Biden, some of them very strong. But he has done some good things. And the hope is that if we mobilize at the grassroots level, we're going to get him to do better things in the future.
Yep.
But, as I've said many times, Joe Biden is not running against God. He's not running against some perfect candidate.
Far from it.
He's running against the most dangerous president in American history. And, bottom line is, you have in Trump somebody who really has spent much of his life in recent years undermining American democracy.
Yep.
We know our democracy is far from perfect. It's corrupt in many ways. Super PACs with billionaire funding elect terrible people. We know right now they're going against our friends, right? They're going to put a whole lot of money trying to defeat people who are standing up on this war, who are standing up for workers' rights. That's what a super PAC, APAC is doing right now. But if you have a Trump elected president, all of that is going to be multiplied a dozen times over. And literally the foundations of American democracy in this country and working with right-wing extremists all over the world. The experiment in democracy, only a couple of 100 years old, may be over. And maybe we'll go back to the authoritarian form of government that existed for so long. So I know that, you know, a lot of progressives are struggling with this issue.
100%.
And I get it. But I would ask people to take a look at the alternative and to do the best that we can do.
Yeah, and I think also because I deeply understand and have felt this idea of, you know, we're sick of having to choose between the lesser of two evils. And to that, I also say it's not just about this, it's also looking and trying to actively support who people feel are heroes in our democracy, because we can do both of these things at the same time. You have Jamal Bowman, who's up against huge corporate money in Westchester County, who is standing up and doing courageous things. We have more members of Congress now that are willing to buck the establishment than we have had in decades. It was just
No, not in decades, ever.
Ever.
All right, I want to say
Ever.
this, all right?
Ever.
I know a little bit about this.
Ever.
All right,
just a bit.
I was elected to the U.S. House from Vermont in 1991, took office in 91.
Yeah.
Helped form the Progressive Caucus. At that point, you know how many people we had? 5.
5.
All right.
I mean, I once talked to Raul Grijalva about this, and he said the Progressive Caucus, when we started, it was like me and Bernie and Barbuli, and it was basically a Noam Chomsky book club.
Something like that. And now you have almost 100, including some extraordinary, some of the best and brightest and strongest members of Congress in the modern history of this country.
God
And I know
damn
again, when
right.
people get pessimistic about
I don't
politics,
get pessimistic
there has
about
never
Congress.
Been, never been
I
more
get
strong,
pessimistic
progressive,
about
both younger
the
people,
Republican
people of color,
Party.
than
They're
ever.
the devil.
So we should be very proud of them. That's what the progressive movement has accomplished.
But here's where I have a question, is that I think that that's true, and I actually think that the greatest trick that the establishment plays on us is trying to convince us that we're not winning when we are, in order to get us to give up. But
That was very deep.
went through such a long time of actual deep, extreme marginalization
Prejudice.
for
Prejudice.
a very long time.
You want to talk about marginalization?
And I want to know, why didn't you give up
All right,
when
let's-
you were 1 out of 435?
All right, let's talk about marginalization, all right? Marginalization is getting elected to the U.S. House, defeating an incumbent, okay? And people of Vermont were very generous. And I'll tell you a story about that election. Well, like, in my state at least, people do not like negativity. They really don't, and they respond
they don't,
against
yeah.
that. And my opponent
I
became
feel
very
the
negative
same
and
way.
it backfired on them, etc. All right, anyhow, get elected. I had been in touch after I got elected with the Democratic leadership and saying, okay, look, I'm an independent. That's how I was
Yeah.
elected. That's how I will be. But obviously, I expect to.
That's how I elected. That's how I'll be. Yep. Be right back. I'm going to get water.
Function within the Democratic caucus, right? No problem, Bernie. Delighted to have you. Come in there. Well, I got elected, go to Washington. And for the first time in my life, I know I date myself here. It turns out they had been able to research all of the things that I had said over the years about Democrats. And somebody spread it around the caucus, conservative Democrat. And Democrats said, well, you know, we're not quite so sure we may want you in the caucus. I went through the first few weeks of being a member of the Congress. I didn't have committee assignments.
Wow.
I didn't have a place to sit. I mean,
Wow.
I chose, the committees I chose were with good progressives. You remember Henry Gonzalez, that name anything? From Texas, a really strong progressive. John Conyers from Michigan, of course. Those were the committees I wanted to be on. And it took weeks and weeks before they allowed me to sit on that committee.
Was it energy and commerce, or?
It was banking and government what was now called government operations.
So like oversight.
Yeah.
So we had the same committee assignments our freshman term.
Really?
Financial services and oversight.
But you at least got seated.
I mean, I got seated faster than you did, but you got there.
I did. So that's called marginalization.
Yeah.
All right.
And that was on day one.
Yeah, that was Sunday. That was like, hi, welcome to the Congress, but we can't put you on any committee. So, all right, life goes on. All right, I want to take us.
But why did you stay? I mean, that to me.
I'll tell you why I stayed. Now, what am I going to do? Walk away from the people of Vermont who had elected me?
Nope.
For years to deal with that.
Well, I stayed for many of the reasons that you described earlier. I grew up in a family that didn't have any money. We lived in a rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn. I also saw kids who had fancier sneakers, and nicer homes and everything else. And it did not seem just to me. And I also saw something, you know, what we don't talk about enough as a society is what stress.
Oh my gosh.
All right. And stress has a lot to do with economics. You know this?
Absolutely.
People are wondering how they're going to feed their kids. If the landlord raises the rent, you got to take your kid out of school, find another school to put that kid in. What's happening to your parents? You talked about your dad becoming ill, bills piling up. 500,000 people go bankrupt in this country because of medically related bills. Well, my family had that stress. So here was my father who came from Poland to America at the age of 17 without a nickel in his pocket, okay? And became a very proud American, never made any money, but the idea that he could raise 2 kids with a roof over his head without anti-Semitism.
Goddamn right.
Wow.
It's worth
Absolutely.
the fight.
My mother,
It's
on
worth
the
the
other hand,
fight.
her parents came from, I think, Russian Poland area. She wanted more because she was born in America. So my father was very content and never made much money, but he made money. He had a job. My mother wanted a house of her own. That's what her dream was. She didn't want to live in a rent-controlled apartment. That was her dream. She never achieved it. She died young.
Wow.
And the tension in our family always revolved around money. My mother
Yes.
wanted this. We can't afford this. Can we do this? Can you buy this? Arguments. And when you're a kid, I don't know about your household.
Oh yeah.
But the arguments sear.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I experienced, and I think that's what millions of people are experiencing right now, just tremendous stress. So, that's one of the factors that said, no,
My God, it's good to hear a fellow American. I thought I was alone.
I ain't gonna give up, so
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
All right, now, I'm gonna ask you another question that is not often asked. You and I are self-defined as democratic socialists, okay? So what does that mean? What's your vision for America? What would you like to see if things worked out the way you'd like?
It's funny you ask this question because I was in a congressional kind of meeting, kind of hearing earlier today, and I'm sitting on the dais and it was about technology and AI and all of this. And this congressman who was on a higher dais than he says, it completely straight-faced, totally seriously. He says, there's something about our economic system here where all of the gains seem to be going just to the very top.
Shock of all shocks. Yes.
And he's like, I don't know what it is about this, but it does seem to be a problem that we need to address. And that is why I am a democratic socialist. Because I believe that that the people who create value and wealth and work in our society and our economy deserve many more of the fruits of their labor, and that I believe that democracy is not just for ballot boxes, but it is for our economy. I believe that workers should not check their rights at the door of their workplace.
Nope.
I believe that people should be able to have economic rights. I believe that we must protect the essential dignity of human life.
Let me jump in there. And I think what Alexandria is saying, it goes back, by the way, to 1936, you know, that ever said that. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And basically, I'm paraphrasing, what he said is, look, it's great, we have a Bill of Rights, we have political rights, you can vote every 2 years, every 4 years, that's great. But people deserve economic rights. And this is a radical statement. You hold it, I hold it. Are people entitled to health care as a human right? No. Yeah.
Yes.
Are all people, regardless of their income, entitled to good education, from childcare through graduate school, if they want that, or they want to go to training school, whatever they want? Yeah, they are. People entitled to decent housing? Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
And the point is, living in the richest country in the history of the world, this is not some utopian fantasy.
No.
It's not.
This can be done. And you talk about AI. So the question, I don't know what your committee meeting was about. AI has the potential to increase productivity exponentially. Who's going to benefit from that? Is it going to continue to go to the 1% and the CEOs who are already incredibly wealthy? So, you know, folks, what we are talking about is not fantasy. It is concrete reality. You live in a very, very wealthy society, which today has more income and wealth inequality than ever existed in the history of America. All right, that's the reality. 3 people on top, only more wealth in the bottom half of American society. You happy with that? Is that good? 60% of people living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to put food on the table. Can we do better? Of course we can do better. But to do better, you know, what Alexandria has done for her whole life is take on very, very powerful special interests who are delighted with the status quo. They think the status quo is just great. Political system is great. You're a billionaire, let's spend a few $100 million defeating somebody. Economic system is great. My company is just making huge profits. All right, that's what we're taking on.
And I think it's an important point to bring up what the alternative is. If we do not assert ourselves and enshrine our rights and demand health care and education and the underpinnings of of dignity. Because if we do not assert this, the alternative is barbarism.
Who said that way back when?
You tell me.
A woman named Rosa Luxemburg.
That's right.
And she said, and she did this after the horrors of World War I, when tens of millions of people were killed. And she's right. Either we're going to have a cooperative society where we care and love each other, or you're going to have a handful of people on top whose greed is their religion.
Which is what we are contending with now. The fact that people are choosing between medicine and rent is barbarism.
Yeah, barbarism.
The fact that people
Testify.
are worried about whether they will be on the street every 4 weeks is barbarism. The fact that every time a person has an ache or a pain in their body and they're scared that it could either be just a sore joint or cancer, but they can't find out because they can't afford the doctor, this is barbarism.
Right.
And if we do not demand, and not only demand, but win unions, healthcare, wages, ending endless war, then we will condemn ourselves to barbarism. And
Barbarism.
The
The Republican Party is barbarism. She won't say it. I will. The Republican Party is barbarism. I will not fall to that state of not caring about your fellow man.
I refuse
Barbarism.
to submit.
I was not surprised when my Republican friend had no idea what the greater good was. I was not surprised. I was very sad when I observed this fact.
Myself to that future. That's not a life. And so to live, we have to fight for each other, and we have to stand with each other, and we have to fight for this vision and this world. And whether whether we live to see it or not, I believe we will. But at the end, what matters is what we dedicated ourselves to. And that, to me, is what makes it both successful and valuable.
And folks, on that note, I want to thank Alexandra not only for being here, but for being an incredible inspiration.
Yeah.
To so many
millions. Incredible inspiration to so many
of young people. You're playing an enormously important role. Thank you very much.
Well, Bernie, I want to thank you, because I think your story is my story, and my story is your story. And
all right, now we're sounding like old politicians fighting each other all day long.
It's true. It's true.
It's true.
You're all, brushing it off your shoulder, but it's millions of people's lives have changed just from hearing you, let alone the victories that you've had and the material changes that you've made in people's lives, including mine and my family. So I want to thank you. I don't think I would have had healthcare as a kid. I had child health. I was on Child Healthcare Plus in New York. I don't know if I would have been able to see a doctor if it wasn't for you fighting for me before I knew who you even were. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, that's it. See you all soon. Take care.
All right, I'm cutting.
That was fantastic. Thank you.
Great.
Beautiful.
Hi, this is Senator Bernie Sanders. Last year, along with John Nichols, the great progressive journalist with The Nation magazine, I wrote a best-selling book called It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. In it, we tackle the issues that you don't hear much about in the mainstream media, from the extraordinary wealth and income inequality that our nation is experiencing, to the growing labor movement, to corporate control over the media itself. If I must say so myself, this is a very good book, and it's just been republished in paperback. If you'd like a copy of the book, please make a donation of $12 or more, or whatever you can afford, to my campaign, and we will get you a copy. You can do this at berniesanders.com/book. Again, that's berniesanders.com/book. Thank you very much.
One of the interesting things about the book is that every chapter, I would say, has a pretty substantial section on something going on around the world,
right,
on comparisons to other countries, interviews with people in other countries, and I want to put this in perspective. When you ran for president in 2016, the first time you ran, you were in a debate, and you were talking about Denmark. And your opponent, Hillary Clinton, who you get on with pretty well on a personal level, but she said at one point something, and I hope I'm paraphrasing this correctly, who cares about Denmark?
Not quite, but close.
Yeah. And you can't, so, you don't agree
I
with that
care
perspective.
about Denmark.
But look, here is the point.
Denmark
It's
is
one
the
thing to
center
say
center
that's
of
about
the
utopian ideals,
cradle.
right? We want this and we want that, and it doesn't exist on the planet. Somebody said, hey, you're a little bit crazy. It doesn't exist. Many, not all, but many of the ideas that I talk about, they exist already. In fact, I remember there was an ambassador from one of the Nordic countries who said, Bernie, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but in my country, you gotta be more or less mainstream. In other words,
You would be boring.
boring mainstream guy. And I said, God, I wish that they will come here in the United States.
Me
So,
too.
In America, when we say healthcare is a human right, oh my God, Bernie, you're trying to change the whole world. It can't be done. It's impossible. Oh yeah, well, it exists in virtually every other major country on earth. And you know, we have talked about media and what media covers and doesn't. I live in Burlington, Vermont, 50 miles away from the Canadian border.
Burlington,
Canada, in
Vermont.
many respects, similar type country.
I live 20 miles from the border.
In the United States. You go to a hospital for a month in Canada. John, when you leave the hospital, what do you pay?
Nothing.
You pay nothing. You go to the doctor, any doctor you want, nothing. They spend half as much per capita as we do. So it is not a radical idea. British system is different. Danish system is, they're all a little bit different. But healthcare as a human right is not a radical idea. I talk about a very radical proposal, make public colleges and universities tuition free. Oh my God, Bernie, can't do this. The world is coming to an end. How can you possibly do that?
Bullshit.
Country after country around the world makes their public colleges and universities tuition free. I have the radical idea that 0 through 4 in human life are probably the most important from an intellectual and cognitive point of view. That's what the psychologists tell us. And I have the radical idea that if mom and dad are out working, maybe these kids should get quality childcare, right? Inexpensive quality childcare. Radical idea, can't be done. Well, it's done in many, many countries around the world. So the point about looking at other countries is to try to learn what is working and how it has improved their society. So as you well know, they do these surveys, was it every year?
Yeah.
They call a happiness survey.
Exactly.
And, you know, fair enough that happiness is a very subjective definition. All right, issue. But time and time again, people in Scandinavia are always, whether it's Finland, Denmark, Norway, whatever it may be, at the top of the list. Why is that? Well, because they don't worry about healthcare. Well, they don't worry about education for their kids. Well, by and large, they don't worry about retirement security. They have governments over the years that have created a social net, a safety net, that is infinitely stronger than what we have in the United States. So it is terribly important to look around the world. You know, when I was a mayor, we used to follow what other cities were doing to steal any good ideas that were there, you know? That's what you do. And as a nation, we should be looking at other countries to see what systems they have, whether it's healthcare, education, that are working well, and not be afraid
what's
to
working, what
incorporate
isn't
them into our society.
In the book, we talk about those happiness studies, and it's sort of disappointing as an American to see that we don't rank as well as we should.
And what is one of the reasons? One of the reasons is that, and again, we don't talk about this very much. In our country, people live under enormous stress and enormous anxiety. You know, if you're earning, if you live in paycheck to paycheck or worse, you have to struggle every day. You worry about how you're going to take care of your kids. You worry how you're going to pay the rent. You worry how you're going to pay the healthcare bills. You know, the landlord raises his rent. Where you're going to live, how you're going to get your kid into another school. It is incredibly stressful. Life is incredibly stressful for low-income and working people. And that is one of the reasons why our life expectancy is so much lower than in many other countries, especially for low-income and working-class people.
And we make a lot of these comparisons in the book, but we don't make them casually. I would suggest there's quite a bit of effort to bring in voices from other countries and people. One of the things that we did in putting the book together was to arrange for a Zoom meeting with the education minister in Finland, Lee Anderson, who is a young mom, which is kind of a cool idea right off the bat, to have a mother with kids in school, or a parent with kids in school, who's overseeing education. And I remember that conversation that we had with her for the book. I think you were pretty amazed at times at all the things that they were doing and all the ways in which they were trying to make sure that it was an equitable system.
Well, not only that it was equitable, what they understand, which is absolutely true, is if kids are going to learn, they have to be excited and want to learn. They can't be bored to death, which is the case in many classrooms.
Like what's with the boredom, man? The boredom, every education I ever received that was worth $1, they weren't boring.
The job was to make sure that kids
are not bored. Your job is not to educate. Your job is to make sure they're not bored and they're still learning.
Are excited, feeling good about what they're doing, and the learning takes place on top of that. And it turns out that on international exams, if I'm not mistaken, they're usually at the top of the list.
Yeah.
And they start kids off at school later than they do here in our country.
Because it isn't just that you're kind of, having the kids there so that their parents can go do something else.
Right.
The concept is the kids go into a great daycare system, right? And then pre-education, and then they go into school, kind of starting when it's right for them to start learning, when they can start taking things in. But also their school days are shorter, right?
So they start later,
Yeah.
and their school days are shorter. Correct me if I'm wrong, they're not into homework very much.
No, they don't. They try to avoid needling the homework on, so the kids can go and actually be involved in sports and culture and all sorts of other things.
Yeah,
And they end up-
what? They're not big on homework. I hated homework. I thought it was the full-blown passing on of the bureaucracy onto the kids, so that they got used to this idea that they have to do something that they don't like.
The top of the list in terms of international exams.
And
So what do we learn from that?
maybe it's worth checking out.
Maybe it's worth checking out.
The one other thing that Lee Anderson and her aides and staff suggested to us is that they make a major effort to educate about democracy.
Yeah.
And about being
That's
a
right.
citizen.
That's right.
And that's something that is of value,
We
right?
don't talk about being a citizen and what it means to your country. We don't talk about that at all. It's weird because I feel like my vows as a citizen to this country were entirely a personal thing. But they shouldn't be. They should have been taught to us when I was in the 5th grade. They should be. You should learn why it's awesome to love America. You shouldn't be told to love America. You should learn why it's awesome to love America. I don't need to tell you to love us. I just need you to understand how beautiful the experiment was. That's it.
Right? In fact, one of the things she said is that they actually teach young people that there may be points at which you need to protest, right? You need to dissent and raise questions. And at this point in America...
If you like drugs and everybody that you know likes drugs, but they throw everybody who does drugs in jail, is it wrong for you to dissent that? Is it wrong for you to dislike that? Is it wrong for you to hate your government more than you hate your worst enemy because they've treated you worse than your worst enemy ever did? No. And so now I hate the government. I full-blown hate them. I would be glad if they died. If there was suddenly some red box popped in the middle of the screen that was like, your government has died, I'd be like, oh, well, good riddance to bad garbage. You know? When you really understand, good riddance to bad garbage, and you understand that, that your government was just never really good. They were never really good. You're sort of like, dissent is the norm for me, but I wonder sometimes if you're even allowed to dissent. The dissent for me is normal. But is it okay for you as a 25-year-old American to dislike America? I sort of disliked America when I was like 20. Because I knew that what I was about to inherit was entirely an experiment that had gone terribly wrong. And it was like the most popular thing in the world. Like, oh my God, you're growing up in America. You're doing so well. You're doing great. You're an American and all this stuff. But when you really look at it, it's like a failed experiment, sort of, that a lot of people sort of failed at. From their economics to their racism to their bullshit, a lot of this experiment kind of failed. And I love that we still try, but I don't really love that we still try. I don't know how that's possible at the same time. But I don't really love that we still try this fucking, corrupt piece of shit process. I don't really know how to get better.
We've got governors in some states that are getting rid of the interesting books and trying to say, oh, you got to fit within this narrow zone.
Right.
One of the lessons I think that comes from the book is that there are examples from around the world that you can go in opposite direction and create a very vibrant,
Quite good change. Yeah. Jesus is an excellent example. Jesus Christ is an excellent example of somebody who can go against the fucking mold and make some change. Is he not? I like quoting the stuff that the idiots understand. Jesus is usually one of them. Where would Jesus be if he hadn't questioned the norm? If he hadn't brought something better?
Education system, but society.
Right. Look, I think what Lee was talking about is their goal is to have a vibrant democracy. That means not a docile democracy. Well, I'm going to get off my couch and vote every 2 years. But how do I participate in society? And that is something that kids have to feel at a very young age, that it is their country. They have a right to voice an opinion.
Goddamn right. This is my property. America is my property, and I care what's happening to it. The fucking oligarchs have killed my property, and I don't have anything left after them. That's the fucking attitude. The oligarchs have killed my property so fucking badly. The oligarchs have killed my country so fucking badly that it's not worth any money anymore. And when you're like, well, I never had any money in the first fucking place my entire fucking life. I was never able to do anything but stay alive. That was it. You begin to understand that the things that you did care about were full-blown destroyed.
They have a right to be involved. And that is something...
I have a right to be involved if my country is dying. It is dying. You let the trackers die in the fucking street as you charge $2,000 for rent. And you have no rent control. You're insane. I would say Satan looks better than you. Satan looks better than you, piece of shit landlord. You would make Satan jealous with your evil. You literally, you make Satan look good. You literally do. The amount of money that you charge your own people is insane. You make Satan look good.
That we do not do anywhere near enough.
In a bigger extent, one of the chapters in the book, we bring in some work that you've done, conversations you've done with in the past with the ambassador to Norway,
Yep.
where you talk not just about education or not just about healthcare, but at the broader sense of a social welfare state and the role that plays.
Yeah, and we had a tremendous, I can't remember, millions of people actually tuned into that. And I think people are desperate.
We're fucking desperate. It's been 50 years without leadership. How do you have a team with no leader for 50 fucking years? I don't know, but that's America.
What the corporate media doesn't tell us. No, it might be interesting.
We haven't had a leader in America for 50 years. What the fuck? I hate America. I full-blown hate America. Is this rudderless ship with no leadership at all? This man is our leadership, and he is universally hated. And so I think, fuck America. I think fuck America. This is a failed experiment. When our greatest experimenter, who's got his fingers in the pot, mixing the colors around, he is the least respected politician.
Interesting. It would seem to me as a citizen to learn what does it mean to live in a country where healthcare is virtually free.
We have that, and it means that you don't have to blow out $45,000 every year or two towards some terrible medical problem.
Higher education is virtually
obesity, diabetes, mainly obesity and diabetes.
Free. Childcare is virtually free. And yes, you may have to pay more in taxes, but you're proud of it because you have created a society that you feel really good about. Gee, can we learn anything from that? There's virtually, every now and then there is some programming about it, but nowhere near enough. But I think there is an enormous amount to be learned from some of the wonderful things the countries around the world are doing.
And
God
this
damn
is
right.
valuable in another sense, because so often the United States' role in the world is sort of seen as trying to tell other people what to do and not necessarily respecting where they're coming from, maybe when they get something right, but also putting a pressure on them. And I remember one of the remarkable moments in your first campaign for the presidency. You were in a debate in Milwaukee, and the name of Henry Kissinger came up. And your opponent said, "Oh, I'm going to take counsel from Henry Kissinger. I know a little about him." And you shocked a lot of people, I think, because here we had so much of our media, so much of our political class, revering
Henry
this
Kissinger.
individual. You said something there that was kind of profound.
Well, look, I grew up at a time when the war in Vietnam went a long way to really, word destroying might be too strong.
It was the devising factor. It was the devising factor for my parents' generation. I'm not stupid enough not to know that.
But really had a very, very negative impact on my generation. We lost friends and family members. People came home from Vietnam hooked on drugs, sleeping out on the street, severe mental illness. It was a devastating time for my generation, the young people who fought in Vietnam. And the fact that we got into that war because of a lie, the fact that we got involved in a civil war in Vietnam that we should never have gotten involved in, the fact that Kissinger went even further than Vietnam and started bombing Cambodia, which led to, political destabilization that allowed Pol Pot to come to power, who ended up killing some 2 million Cambodians. I mean, the horror of that. The fact that during that period under Kissinger and Nixon, Salvador Allende, somebody who I've always admired very much, president of Chile, duly democratically elected, was overthrown by a military coup, and Pinochet and his fellow fascists came to power, tortured, killed thousands of people, not to mention overthrowing governments for a period of time all over the world. So I think it is important to understand how destructive in many respects American foreign policy has been, not only in the Vietnam period, but in the so-called war on terror, where we got into a war again because of a lie. We were told that Saddam Hussein, a two-bit tyrant, bad news guy for Iraq, to be sure, but he did not have weapons of mass destruction, despite what we were told. Got involved in that war.
I hate George Bush. I would kill him if I could.
Best man at his wedding got killed in that
Fuck
war.
George Bush. Fuck the Republican
and,
Party. Fuck him, I would
Afghanistan
kill
got
him if I
involved in that
could.
war, and Taliban
Most
got
of the
back in.
wars in the last 50 years are directly proportionally responsible to Republican leadership. Wish it was a lie that I was saying. It's not. Most of the wars in the last 70 years are full-blown the fault of the Republican leadership. Vietnam, Afghanistan, World War II.
In power. And right now, of course,
And yeah, the Republican leadership, they think war is not some big fucking deal, that is some necessary fucking process to democracy. But war is this extreme thing that you do when there's no other options. The Democrats understand that, the Republicans don't.
supporting the right-wing.
And so then you have people like Stanley Kubrick making fun of the fucking Republicans riding a bomb, Remember, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb, or Doctor Strangelove? And remember what the core piece of that entire story was the Republican general riding the bomb to its explosion. against the public's will, against the fucking other country's will, against everybody's will. And just eventually, you know, one crazy piece of shit fucking cocksucker, worthless ass piece of shit, anti-American cocksucker ass Republican rides a bomb all the way in to the death of America. And this was the whole story of how I stopped to learn, you know, how I learned to stop worrying and learn to love the bomb. Is it's like Republicans, you kind of have to stop worrying about them and how much destruction they're going to cause and how many Trumps they're going to bring in and how much war they bring us to, or how many, you know, Patriot Acts that they do. And you just have to learn to stop, you know, fearing the bomb that is Republicanism. You know, it's political violence. I think of Republicanism as synonymous with political violence. I don't really think there's a difference. Republicanism is the willingness to understand the need for political violence, whether it's war or anything else. And I really hate Republicans. I would kill every last one on the planet. I consider them worse than mosquitoes, or, you know, I consider Republicans and their view of the world as essentially the most destructive thing that's ever happened to mankind. And I would be very happy if they were to be completely wiped out. They're pro-war, pro-fucking violence, pro-kill each other fucking vibe of just, you know, governments just buying more guns and killing each other more and more is so fucking fucked up to even our core state of ideals and core state of realities that most people can't even accept Republicanism as a joke. But when they see it, they're like, oh, you just want war all the time and death? And the Republicans like, yeah, just war and death. That's mainly the thing, you know, is war and death. At the core of Republicanism is war. At the core of war is death. If you understand that the core of war is death and that the core of Republicanism is the desire for war and to take things from your neighbors that you don't actually have, that you want to take from your neighbors, I consider raiding essentially the core of the Republican ideal. Raiding, like going to their base, blowing in the walls, and taking whatever the fuck they had inside of that base. That's the core of Republicanism to me. Political violence. This is something that you couldn't ever say about the libs. The libs are not known for killing everybody, are we? Nope. Very simple thing. If you like killing people and death and violence and the Republic and, you know, death and violence, go join the Empire. If you like freedom and, you know, Luke Skywalker and your Wookiee friend and your, you know, your Okie days and your, you know, your different races of the world, you're a Democrat. But if you like violence and death and you want everybody to die and steal all their money with a violent government, you're a Republican. If you're peaceful and you're Jedi and you are actually smart, you're actually like Mahatma Gandhi, and you're like Yoda. And we respect Yodas and Mahatma Gandhis. We don't respect the English piece of shit fucking American government that fucking screwed India for 300 years. We don't respect the piece of shit fucking empire. Fuck America. Fuck the empire that it stands with and all the fucking chains and churches that they bring in every time that they do anything. You know, I hate to say it, but that's fascism for you. Fuck fascism. It's America. It's Britain. It's the leadership. Fascism is the leadership believing that they know better than the public who is subject to those rules. But no, the leadership never knows what the reality of being a public is better than the public. And so fuck the leadership. Fuck their fucking garbage. Fuck the Republican Party. Fuck their fascism. Fuck World War I caused by the Republicans. Fuck World War II caused by the Republicans. Fuck Vietnam caused by Republicans. Fuck the war in Afghanistan for 22 years caused by Republicans. Fuck the Republicans. Hope they all fucking die. Hope they choke on that war dick that they really want to suck on all of their lives. And I hope that the Republicans die sucking on that war dick, and they choke on the war dick that they really want for the entire world, and the entire world just kills every last Republican. I really hope that's what happens. I hope that eventually the entire world becomes, wise to this idea that all of the world's strife and all of the world's murder and all of the world's violence and all of the world's problems fall directly at the feet of Republicans. And when the world becomes wise to it, that the Empire is the Empire, and Darth Vader is Darth Vader, Dick Cheney, and Darth Vader is Darth Vader. That's George Bush Jr. And Palpatine is Palpatine. That's Cheney, Dick Cheney, and everybody who rolls with them is essentially the Empire. They're the cops in Skyrim that they ask you what your political affiliation is, because they're worthless pieces of shit who have destroyed humanity. They're the Republican Party. These men, they'll never be as honest as I am. They'll never say the Republican Party killed the human race, but I will.
Extremist government of Netanyahu in Israel.
The Republican Party of Netanyahu, the Republican Party of Nixon, the Republican Party of Trump, and COVID and all this. Every time that we have a COVID crisis, there's a Republican at the helm. Vietnam, COVID, World War I, World War II. Every time that America has faced terrible hardship because of shit overseas, that is full-blown because a Republican needs to tell other people what to do.
Business of preventing food.
Political violence.
Food coming in to help starving children. So I think what foreign policy...
I'm sorry, but when... a liberal goes nuts, you get a gay man like Roger or I don't know, you get a gay man like Mr. Slave. When a Republican goes nuts, you get Hitler. And I've used this hilarious metaphor all of my fucking life, but it is true. When a liberal goes nuts, you get, Taylor Swift. When a Republican goes nuts, you get Hitler. And 6 million deaths. And I would like you, as a human being, to refer to a Republican without 6 million deaths. Every Republican we've ever had in the history of man has caused 6 million deaths. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it's World War II or the Holocaust or it doesn't matter what it is. If there's a Republican who is in power, they cause 6 million deaths. This is a truism of every Republican leader in the fucking history of man. Every Republican in the history of man has cost at least 6 million deaths. Conservatives. Whenever a conservative gets in power in any government in the history of man, we lose 6 million lives, something like that. 6 million lives as their worthless piece of shit fucking brain virus of a fucking political party takes over the fucking country, causes the Holocaust, and all of the other problems in the world. Thanks, Republicans. Thanks.
Out is a consensus.
You couldn't say the liberals caused the Holocaust. That would be the Republicans. You couldn't say the liberals caused Vietnam. That would be the Republicans. You couldn't say that the liberals caused fucking the war in fucking Afghanistan. That would be the Republicans. You couldn't say the liberals caused any war ever. That would be the Republicans. Always. Always. And I really love making this fucking point because it's true as the statement that the sun will rise tomorrow. Where you have Republicans, you will have world war. Been true for hundreds of years, still true right now as I say it. Wherever you find Republicans, you will find World War. It's as true as the sun will rise tomorrow. Wherever there is a Republican, you will find World War and racism. It sucks. And we really don't like saying this about them, but I mean, it's true though. None of them can say that it's a lie. None of them could ever say it's a lie. Wherever there's a Republican, you have World War and racism. Tell me I'm wrong. State of time in this whole human history of events where there was a Republican who didn't want World War or racism. There isn't. You lost the fight. Republicans are synonymous with World War and racism. Tell me I'm wrong. Nope. World War I, Republicans. World War II, Republicans. Vietnam, Republicans. Afghanistan, Republicans. Republicans and World War are the same thing. I know that most liberals are too fucking pussy to tell you. I'm not pussy to tell you. You understand? Republicans and World War are the same thing.
Generally speaking, Democrats and Republicans coming together are wrong most of the time, but with a strong support of the military-industrial complex, which you'll remember.
You know, every Republican who ever came into power is really strong with the military-industrial complex. Yeah, Trump too, particularly because you guys, World War and Republicans, if you ever wonder what the scientists warned the other scientists and children to look for with World War, they say Republican. They do. They say if you're gonna the only time we've ever seen World War, you're gonna see a really bad Republican. You know, it fucking sucks, but it is true. World War and Republicanism are synonymous. It's a shitty, fucking cold, fucked up fact. And you think that I couldn't say it in public if it was a lie, but it's not a lie. Republicanism and World War are the same thing. Republicanism and World War are the same thing. You need to get it into your fucking little shitty little Eichmann head. Republicanism and World War are the same thing. They're the same people, same problems, same money, same what would you call it? Homicidal desire and all that stuff. That's all the purview of Republicans. World War. Yeah, name a time a liberal ever took us to World War. You can't. Name the 50,000 times Republicans took us to World War. You can name many times World War I, World War II, Vietnam. You can just go on and name at least 4, if not 40,000 times that World War and Republicanism were the same thing. Same fucking thing.
It's an hour's term. What did I say? He warned us about the power.
He's farewell address.
What do you think of when you hear for the Republic? Do you think of some governmental state and some governments and a president? No, when you hear for the Republic, you think of war, don't you? Yes, you do. Because republicanism and war are the same thing. It fucking sucks. I hate blowing the minds of a bunch of shitty, cocksucker, fucking worthless piece of shit little Eichmanns. I hate blowing your fucking mind. But here's me blowing your fucking mind. Republicanism and war are the same thing. They've been the same thing for 1,000 years. They're the same thing in the dictionary. Republicanism and war are the same thing. If you're a Republican, you're a fucking warmonger, you worthless piece of shit. And I can say it without any doubt. Because it is true. If you're a Republican, you're for war. You're for World War. You're for your people suffering in World War. You're a Republican. You're pro-World War. I mean, it's a truism that's kind of insane. But, I mean, if you point it out, you can kind of understand how worthless the piece of shit Republican Party actually is. You guys are the pro-war party. There's no such thing as a Republican and war existing in... You know, I'm sorry. There's no such thing as Republicans or war existing without Republicans or war. I mean, they're the same thing. War is the purview of Republicans. If you don't like war, you don't like Republicans. Am I wrong? No. If you don't like war, you probably don't like Republicans, because it's the same thing. War and Republicans are the same thing. You might have been laboring under some idiot thing because the Republicans stole all the money from the educational system and you're a goddamn moron, but it doesn't really change the fact that war and Republicans are the same thing. I challenge you to defeat my statement. I challenge you to disprove the fact that Republicans and war only ever exist when the other exists. Republican and war are the same thing. Republicans like war. If you like war, vote Republican like that piece of shit fucking backstabbing, vote bribing cocksucker and take us to more war. Vote for Trump. Go ahead. But if you're a Republican and you like war, you're always going to vote for the war. You're always going to vote for, Trump. You're always going to fucking descend us into World War. I don't know why. Afghanistan, Vietnam. We don't know why you do this stuff. We just hate you for the piece of shit cocksucking got that big war dick down your fucking throat, you fucking cocksucker. I fucking hate you so much. You have that war dick down your fucking throat. And I watched the Republican Party deep throat that dick all day long. And that's literally what it's like when I see it. They're like, you see a Republican with their mouth open, and they're like, oh my God, I love war. I really love war. I really love Terminator movies and all these fucking terrible things about war and all this stuff. War never changes, or the dick in the Republican's mouth. That war dick in the Republican's mouth, it never changes. It just keeps fucking probing that Republican's mouth, War never changes. War never changes. War never changes. It's a big dick in a Republican's mouth. You know what I'm saying? War never changes. War never changes. Bethesda really wants you to understand that war never changes and the Republicans have that big war dick in their fucking mouth. You know what I'm saying? Here's a Republican's mouth. Here's war. Here's Republican's mouth and war and where they meet. Here's a Republican's mouth and war. You see it? Oh yeah. Oh my man. This is a Republican's mouth. This is war. Here's war and a Republican's mouth. If you think that war exists at the exact same period that Republicans exist, it is because they are the same thing. They are Satan's warriors.
Like today.
They are Satan's warriors, and war is their law. They want to make war the law of the world. If you don't believe me, you look at Trump's war chest, which is like $3 billion, and you'll understand that, they want to make war. They want to make war a law. They want us to fight war all of the time because Republicans and war. This is the Republican's mouth. This is war. Republican's mouth, war. This is what you can expect from Republicans. War. War. The Republican's mouth. War. Republican's mouth. It's an apt statement. I'm not kidding. If you want to know how to suss out the Republican Party, you can understand that war is their main goal. They want to kill everybody. All that stuff about Skeletor and, Captain Planet and Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader and stuff, that's all actual fucking metaphors for the Republican Party. Sometimes in Star Wars, they just full-blown called it the Republican Party. Remember how Darth Vader is a member of the Republic? And he just pushes all that fucking bullshit fascism and stuff. Sometimes we don't even hide anymore, and our Jewish people full-blown talk about how the Republicans actually are war. Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader being the example. Republicans are war. They live for war. They only live to cause conflict that kills lots of innocent people. When you understand this, you'll understand the Republican Party and how worthless they are, how much they are actually fucking virus, except they're humans. You know, they're like a virus. Republicanism is like a virus that you must kill. It leads to Hitler. Am I wrong? No. Republicanism leads to Hitler. Am I wrong? Absolutely not. No. Nothing I've said here is wrong. What happens when republicanism is completely unchecked and considered the law of the land? You get Hitler. You get the Nazi Party. Don't be a Republican is the main lesson here. If you actually like life and greenness and lushness and vagina and health and you know, profit and all this stuff, do not ever talk to, be, or work with a Republican. Just don't do it. Republicans are full-blown the devil. They're full-blown the devil. They're here to bring world war that kills all of us.
Defense contractors making record-breaking profits.
Oh, I'm sorry. Republicans making record-breaking profits off of their war profiteering. Yeah. Republicans make, record-breaking profits off of their PMCs, yeah, like Palantir, yeah, as they commit war and they try to kill everybody. Yeah, Republicans are very profitable.
Provide.
Blackwater and, all that shit, Palantir and all that. Yeah, or I don't know, Tesla, fucking Elon Musk. Republicans are extremely profitable. The death of the world and the racist goal of killing everybody on the planet is profitable. It is, unfortunately. But it is. If you sign up with Republicans and Palpatine and you run the empire, you try to crush everybody with your fucking steel fist of fucking fascism and all this.
Fighting arms all over the world. People can go out and kill each other. When we talk about, you and I have talked in these programs about corporate media. That's certainly one issue that we don't talk about. It's not, well, is this decision right or is that decision right? It's you trace the decision after decision, war after war after war, almost always wrong. Always wrong. And the suffering that it has caused our people.
Is unacceptable. The mind virus that is republicanism has done so much damage to my fucking community. It caused racism. It caused sexism. It caused homophobia. It marched against us as Soma. It fucking tries to push shit like slavery and fucking segregation in our schools right to our fucking face. It'll march for the Dixie flag because it knows that stands for racism and all this crazy shit. We really actually fucking hate you, Republican cocksuckers, and we hope you die.
Generation in Vietnam.
If you're a Republican, get the fuck out of my channel, you deluded piece of shit. I know that you're only gonna hurt me. You represent nothing but war. I don't want any Republicans in my fucking channel. I know they'll bring me nothing but war and problems and dissent and problems. I mean, Republicanism is war. It's the same thing. Is Republicanism war? It's sort of a weird, crazy thing that you could write a paper about at Oxford. But I mean, Republicanism is war. Is Republicanism war? It's an interesting question. But I mean, it is something that a professor could talk about. Is Republicanism war? It is. You can even see that it starts with war. It ends with war. It is. Sometimes called humanism. No, but it's actually non-monarchy. Early modern thinkers conceived of an ideal republic, right? It's idealism. It's this idea that you have to be better than everybody else. So war is the only way that you're going to attain that. I view republicanism as war. I do. I'm terribly sorry. It's a political ideology that encompasses a range of ideas from civic virtue, political participation, harms of corruption, positives of mixed constitution, rule of law, and others. But historically, I think of it as war. I think of anywhere that you see Republican, you're going to see World War. And this is a lesson to my leftists in the channel and stuff. Anytime that you're going to see a Republican, you're going to see war. And war is it's a different breed of problems. You can deal with a Republican. They're weak. You know? What you can't deal with is war. War is something that no leftist can actually handle. War is when political participation becomes stronger than the values of the core public, and somebody decides that either a race or an identity or a political affiliation just isn't correct anymore. But I mean, war starts with political participation. Political participation is war. I think of republicanism as war. It is synonymous with corruption and violence. I think of republicanism as violence and war. And you might think that that's to piss somebody off or something, or to make some statement, but no, I make that statement out of despair. After 50,000 years of seeing republicanism, I make that statement out of despair, and I really don't like making this statement, but it is true. If you want to know what republicanism actually is, it's war. One of the things you could ask any Republican, whether they like or dislike, is war. They're always going to say yes, they like war. They're going to say it susses out the dissent. But no, I would say that republicanism and war are the same thing. And the only difference between a Republican and a general at war is that the Republican is not recognized by his country. Everybody else can understand that the Republican stands for war. It sucks, but I mean, this is a fair statement. I've never ever heard of a Republican who didn't go to war, and you'll understand that republicanism is war. It's war. If you like war, vote for Republicans. If you like death and bombs being dropped on your mother's house, vote Republican. Because they are this exact same thing. War and republicanism, there's no difference between the two. It's insane, but what I'm saying is true. There's no difference between republicanism and the act of war. They are the same thing. They're the same people, same reasons, same political violence, same problems. Republicanism is war, and if you wonder why I talk shit about Republicans all the time, it's because there's never been a Republican in the history of man who didn't cause some war.
The people of Vietnam, and the people of Cambodia, and the people of Iraq, and the people of Afghanistan is unbelievable. It really is unbelievable. But what is even more unbelievable is how often do we even discuss that?
Yeah, we don't talk about the fact that republicanism is war. Yeah, we don't talk about this. When you get a Republican president, you can expect war. It is a truism of Americana. If you have a Republican president, you have war. This is true. It can be proven by a mathematician. If there is a Republican leader, you will have war. War and republicanism are the same thing. Republicanism is a thinly guised threat of war.
Bipartisan foreign policy consensus, which is almost always wrong. And maybe, just maybe, we might want to rethink that. And that takes you to, right now as we speak, a military budget of $900 billion.
$900 billion as the Republicans go to war. Yeah. Fuck the Republicans up their worthless piece of shit asses. Fuck their warmongering bullshit from the Vietnam to the Afghanistan and all the Patriot Acts in between. Fuck the Republican Party and their warmongering and their worthless piece of shit. Kill everything that you value, know, and love. Reality, because that's what republicanism is. It's full-blown world war. If you like world war, vote Republican. You'll have world war right quick. If you like world war, vote Republican.
It's by far the largest discretionary part of the discretionary budget. More than half of everything we spend in discretionary spending.
Republicans demanding that we spend $900 billion on some war chest for a war that never arrives. Fiscal conservatives like Elon Musk, who have that government dick so deep in their fucking mouth they don't know what vote bribery is. Republicanism is war. It's the best lesson that I can teach you. That is true. This is a true statement. Republicanism is war. If you like war, vote Republican.
It's for the military. And the companies making huge profits. The Pentagon is the one agency of government never having...
If you like war, fuck you. I don't like you. Fuck you, cocksucker. If you like war, fucking fuck the fuck off, Republican piece of shit. Fuck you and your wars and your forever wars and your Afghanistan war and your Vietnam war and your World War II war and all. And fuck you, Republican pieces of shit. Pieces of shit like you dropped the fucking atomic bomb without our permission. Fuck the Republicans who destroy the world and everything that they do and all the war that they inevitably bring, because republicanism is war. There's no difference. When you understand this, you understand all the problems in mankind's history. And I'm dead serious too. If you want to know why we had World War I, why we had World War II, Republicans.
Been able to undergo an independent audit. Massive fraud, massive...
Am I wrong? No. Nope. Sorry. I'm not wrong. If you like war, vote Republican. If you want bombs to be dropped on your mother's house, vote Republican. I mean, it's the truth.
Runs, who cares? You got people out there worrying that a kid is going to get, $5 more for a lunch program. We've got to investigate that. But no one is looking at the fraud and the waste and the abuse taking place in the Pentagon. It's just not an issue that we discuss. And one of the things, by the way, in that regard, to get off topic a little bit, what I proposed recently is that we have a Truman Commission. You remember the Truman Commission?
Yeah. Well, we should tell people about it, right? Harry Truman, as a relatively unknown U.S. Senator, was sent out during World War II to go look at what the military-industrial complex of that time was doing. And what he found was a lot of...
Republicans. They say military-industrial complex, but what they actually mean is the warmongering Republicans who kill the world, rape every woman, cause every war, and kill the entire world with their bullshit-ass fucking world wars. Republicanism is war. I mean, it actually is. If you vote for war and you like war and death and raping women and taking over other countries and shit like World War II and stuff, vote Republican. If you don't, then don't. I mean, that's as simple as that. If you vote Republican, you like war.
A lot of bad behavior.
That's right. He said their corporate greed has no end. I think that was the exact...
Yeah, because the Republicans let them be there.
Quote.
Yeah.
And that is exactly the case right now. So... what I think we should do is bring back...
Because Trump backs Elon, we have these problems.
Another Truman Commission and ask these companies why they are charging us such outrageous prices for the weapons while they do all these stock buybacks and make all kinds of profits. It's something that's long overdue.
Well, there's another point where you tried to crack the sort of bipartisan consensus recently, and it does relate to some of the things we talk about in the book, because it's how Congress works. And you said, look, we should investigate whether weapons that are coming from the U.S. are being used to do horrific things.
Yeah. What are the Republicans doing to kill people that we're not aware of?
In Gaza. And
in Gaza? What are the Republicans doing right now to kill people? Because we're kind of scared of that question, because it's going to be drones, and you're going to see the Republicans have been killing millions of people for 20 years with drones. That's the actual reality of it. And we're scared to actually take a look at it, how many people the Republicans have killed in the last 20 years. We're actually kind of scared of it.
Senators did not rush to join you.
No, they're terrified of this. They don't really want to go look at how many people the Republicans have killed in the last 20 years. It scares senators. It full-blown does. It scares senators. They won't do it because they know. They know what it is to tell the world that war and republicanism are the same thing. They know what it is.
In that process, or in that effort to investigate.
I'm not scared to say it. I don't care if some Republican kills me. It doesn't change the fact that war and republicanism are the same thing. It doesn't matter if you kill me just because I said it. It's hilarious. It doesn't change the fact that war and republicanism are the same thing. You can kill me all you want. So you can call me a name or scare me or try to chase me across the world or whatever, or censor me or whatever matters. It doesn't matter what you do. War and republicanism are very clearly the same fucking thing. They've been very clearly the same fucking thing for like 275 fucking years. Since the Civil War, war and republicanism have been the same thing. For like 275 fucking years it's been like that. There's nothing that you can say to change that fact. It's a core reality of our life, is that war and republicanism are the same thing. It's actually insane. You wonder why I hate Republicans and I talk so much shit? It's because you, to me, are fucking Satan. You're sitting there trying to fucking you're trying to pass some thing off on me that war and violence are a good thing as you kill your enemies and act like Satan and Hitler. No, you're just a piece of shit. Republicanism and war are the same thing. You're never, like, I don't care who what politicians you march out in front of me, like Trump or whatever. It doesn't matter what politicians you march in front of me. I still know the fucking fact that republicanism and war are the same thing. You could never there's nothing you could say to change that fact. It's a fact of life. Republicanism and war are the same thing. I'm dead serious too. They're the same fucking thing. Once you understand this, you'll understand why I hate Republicans.
That question.
Well, what we do.
Republicanism and war are the same thing. They've always been the same thing. Anytime a Republican acts up, we have immediate world war. Immediate. From Afghanistan to Vietnam to World War II, it doesn't matter what it is. If a Republican is offended, we're going to world war. It's insane, but it's true.
It is a couple.
And so I fucking hate the Republicans. I okay. Every once in a while, I go out to my outhouse and I see some maggots in the poop. Because the poop gets changed every 2 months or something like that, right? And so you start to see maggots grow in the poop. That's Republicans. They're the people who grow in the poop trying to cause war after everything sucks so bad that you don't want war anymore. They're the people that want war after nobody wants war anymore. They're the only people in the world, Republicans, who still want war. Am I wrong? No. They're the only people in the world that still want war after knowing how bad World War II was. They still want war because they're just worthless pieces of shit like that. Am I wrong? No, I love ragging on fucking true Republicans. Republicanism and war are the same thing. You can prove it in a court of law. Republicanism and war are the same thing. I'm not wrong. You could prove this in a court of law to a judge. You actually could. Republicanism and war are the same thing. They're the exact same thing. They only ever occur at the same time. It's insane. War and republicanism are the same thing. It's something that's really fucked up and true, but it is true. War and republicanism are the same thing. They're the exact same definition. They have the exact same problems. They cause the same wars. They are the same thing. World War and republicanism are the same thing.
Things.
When you understand this, I'm not saying don't vote for Trump or anything like that. I'm saying understand that the Republican Party is a full-blown vote for the death of the human race. I'm not wrong either. It's a full-blown vote for the death of the human race. It is a vote for war. It absolutely is. It is a vote to support Satan as he comes and takes his costs for doing business on the human realm. Like, that is what republicanism actually is. It's the cost of lives that Satan charges when the oligarch does business with Satan. That is what republicanism is. It's the same thing as war. When you understand these things, and you go back and you look, and you begin to realize that, yeah, every war that ever existed is due to a Republican acting up, and that republicanism and war are the same things. You begin to understand how worthless Republicans actually are. And when they claim the name, you're like, oh no, you're actually proud of being this fucking stupid and shitty? You're proud of Satan? You're proud of Satan? You gotta be the dumbest piece of shit on the planet. You're still voting Republican. You're proud of the Satan? You're proud of the Satan. How many felonies does Satan have this year? Was it 35?
Because I am extraordinarily upset about what Israel has done.
I love fucking actually telling the truth on my stream. I don't often get to do it. But yeah, republicanism is the same thing as war. In a math equation, you can supply the word war wherever the word republicanism shows up, and it would suffice. Because they are the same thing. Republicanism and war are the same thing. It's a crazy, fucked up fact of life that nobody wants to acknowledge. But, I mean, it is true. Republicanism and war are the same thing. They only ever occur when one or the other exists. They're the same thing. They're all the same thing. Republicanism and war are the same thing.
Doing in Gaza. I mean, we all know that Hamas began this war. Hamas is a terrible...
It's
terrorist.
crazy because to me that's some kind of fucked up, crazy revelization that you're like, oh no, if you expect Republicans, you expect war, you know, and you wake up to this fact and you're like, oh no, if there's a Republican, there will be war. And then the war happens and you begin to understand that, yeah, republicanism is war. We have Trump for a president. I give him a year to start some war. He'll definitely start some war. It's fucking fucked up, but it's true. I hate them so much. In the same way that I would wipe out war entirely. You know what I'm saying? I would just wipe it out like Jonas Salk tried to wipe out polio or whatever. I would full-blown try to wipe out war as a concept from mankind's lexicon and just be like, anybody who commits war is just a worthless piece of shit Republican. Just fuck them, you know? Because that is the truth. Anybody who commits war is a worthless piece of shit Republican. It's actually true. It's insane, but it is true. And so then when you understand that Republican